So colleagues, I welcome you again to share with us what Pamela gave in as part of the assignment we had yesterday. We had an assignment where we are playing around with goal statement, objective statement, with the purpose of making it easier for us when we are left now on our own to write fundraising proposal or a proposal for a grant. We shared this assignment, and Pamela has courteously shared with us her work. Let's see all of us together if this was a great attempt by Pamela, one of us. And let's speak to Pamela about this. So let's speak to the group about our feeling about what Pamela has given us. Her goal statement is improve maternal and neonatal health outcomes in the Regalat slums of Windhoek, by ensuring that a higher percentage of expectant women have access to and utilize health facility-based delivery services by end of 2025. Now, the objective is to reduce the incidence of malnutrition and common childhood illnesses by 20%. Let's speak to this assignment. Then she has given us cost-table activities, and she says the table below shows the activities to be carried out during program implementation and their cost. Scroll up, Nicole. Nutritional supplement program, planned activities, output, responsible person, and the cost. I welcome everybody to share into this presentation. What is our feeling about how she's going about it? Millicent, are you there? Are you listening?
Yes, we are listening to you.
Welcome, colleagues, to speak to this assignment by Pamela Otieno, which was just shared with us yesterday evening. Jean-Pierre, you want to say something? Colleagues, are we listening through? Are we seeing the slide, the presentation by Pamela Otieno? Simon Agongo, I see your hands are raised. Please speak to this presentation. Simon.
Thank you so much, sir, for the opportunity. I think Pamela has done so well with the assignment, but just some few observations I look at. For instance, when you take the plan activities and the outputs. There's one activity she said staff are trained on how to administer the supplements, but its corresponding output, she has not defined the staff. I don't know whether that is not that is accepted. I was thinking the staff would have defined in the activity. Then when you get to the output, you are able to understand the same category of staff that were supposed to be trained. And again, the plan activities, one activity is saying to provide, and the rest are not bringing the two. And I don't know whether that is also consistent if you wanted to follow in the same order. That's my observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Simon. Thank you very much for sharing into this presentation. Kindly let's listen to another comment from team before I also share with you. Esther Ochola, please speak to us. Simon, thank you very much. Stay in so that we can share into this presentation and make corrections where possible. Esther?
Thank you very much, Doc. And good morning, colleagues.
Good morning.
Good afternoon or good evening from wherever we are. On the Pamela's work, she has tried, but just few observation on the planned activity. I remember you said that when we are writing activities, we are supposed to begin with is it a verb or something?
Action word.
Action word, exactly. So, and then we are also not supposed to put the word to. To is supposed to be used when we are developing objectives. So the third planned activities is not supposed to have the word to, and then we're supposed to begin with action words, just the way you said. So nutrition supplements are purchased and transported to various facilities. So I think maybe she could have said purchase of nutritional supplements, and then transported to various facilities, something of that kind. And then staff are trained on how to administer the supplement. So it could be training of staff to administer supplements or administration of nutritional supplements by trained staff, something like that. Yeah, that's my observation.
Yes, Esther, thank you very much. You are in concurrence with our first presenter. Is Pamela listening to this discussion, or she has not joined in?
I'm listening.
Oh, Pamela, you should have said hello first of all before even many of us joined in. Pamela, we are discussing you.
You didn't give me time. In fact, I was the first person to join. Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening to those people who are almost going to bed. I'm fine. I tried, and I'm happy that my presentation is being projected and is being worked on. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela.
So feel free and challenge me, critique me.
Okay, let me go to Esther and our learned colleague, Mr. Agongo. Have I pronounced it correctly?
Yes, it's right, please.
Simon and Esther, please let's look at the second table by Pamela. The second table after the nutrition. Now let's look at that part where now Pamela has changed tune And now she's speaking program language. Pamela, are you there?
Yes, I'm in.
Now, Pamela, you have changed tune in the second table, and you are now speaking like a learned program professional. Conduct monthly parental engagement sessions to raise awareness about child health and nutrition. Output, 12 monthly parental engagement sessions conducted. Now, here, Pamela, you are talking like a learned colleague. That is how project activities should be projected in a project work plan. The output, as you have put it, 12 monthly parental engagement sessions conducted. That is how we express output. So I only wish, Pamela, that you treated us to the same competency in your first table format. Nicole, scroll up through the first part of the table. Thank you. So Pamela, look at your first part of the table, and you could do better by following the same approach and thinking that you have used in the second part of the table. So Esther and Simon, I fully agree with you that the first part of this table, Pamela did not treat us to something very nice. You have competently pointed out what she didn't do well. But because in the second part of the table, she has treated us to very good presentation in terms of how we craft an activity, how we craft an output. I think then that tends to mitigate on her first part of it, which I'm sure, Pamela, you can now correct on your own. Simon?
Sir. You are right, sir.
Thank you. Esther?
Yes, Doc.
Yes, are you listening to my comment?
Yes, I'm listening.
Do you agree with what I've just shared?
Yes, I do agree. You're right. The second table is well done.
Yes, Paul?
Yes, the second table is well done.
The first part of the second table, the first row.
Yes, the first.
Sorry. Yes, the first row is well done.
The first row, the first column.
The
I mean
first
the first row, the second column.
Yes, that is the second table that Pamela has shared.
Yes, it's well done.
Yes, Pamela, and then when you go to the other part of it, then you are again messing it up by saying to organize meeting venue and refreshments. You know? So Pamela, you now know where to make corrections. Pamela?
Yes, I am able to see. I think it was late because I was also my eyes was full of sleep because I did it at around 11:30 after classes. I've seen at night. I see where I missed because if you see the last table, regularly monitor and evaluate the. So I think this one I could have started with evaluate the program's impact and effectiveness regularly. But now the second row is okay for keyword data. And then this one trend, that is okay. And if you go to the second last, juu kidogo up. Yeah, this one. I've messed up to organize because I was like, should I write planning or organize? Between I was battling with the two words, then I forgot I wrote two. So, but if you look at the last row, facilitate the facilitators, which is okay. So I've seen where I messed, and I don't know what happened because I knew what I was supposed to do. Anyway, it is good because we are learning. I always sometimes make mistake for people to learn. It is good, and also I'm learning, so I'll never forget this.
That's nice. That's nice, Pamela. Okay, any other presentation that, any other comment to this presentation? Team members?
Now, Doc,
yes.
I tried to bring other issues like responsible person and the cost. So I don't know whether it also, so that at least when we leave this, it is okay. Is that also the right, is it in order?
Yes, we are likely to share some handout on work plan development. Because Pamela, what you are now attempting to do here was like creating an implementation work plan or a project execution work plan. And for the sake of this training, let me share then what an ideal project execution work plan should look like. And I hope all of us are listening in. With your pen and paper, please. We have a table. I'm trying to draw a project execution work plan, whereby my first column in this work plan will be the project activity. Pamela, because you can be very fast, I want you to run with me on this and share with us what you have later on. My first column will be project activity. My second column will be timelines. Timelines in this sense refer to when my project activity will be conducted. And for purposes of learning on our toes, I want to imagine that we have, let's say, a 3-month project. We have a 3-month project. We have a 3-month project. I'm just trying to draw a table. Thank you, Nicole. You could insert a table, Nicole. So my first column will be project activity. The second column will be timelines. My third column would be expected output. Expected output. My fourth column will be output indicator. My fifth column would be responsible person. My sixth column would be critical assumption. My seventh column will be budget. You can make it a landscape document, Nicole. Thank you very much. So the work plan and project implementation work plan, that's the title for this matrix. That's the title for the matrix. Thank you, Nicole. Project implementation work plan. You could say, Nicole, in brackets, June to August. June, the month of June. June, August 2024. Close bracket. So I'm imagining that my project is 3 months. Thank you, Nicole. That's nice. I'm imagining my project is 3 months. So Pamela, this is how I would have developed my project implementation work plan. And remember, for purposes of making your proposal even better, there will always be a section, and we are going to talk about this in a few minutes' time. There will always be a section called Project Implementation Work Plan. You will always present your work plan in the proposal in form of this type of a matrix. Now, the work plan can be as complicated as you want, but it can also be as simple as you want. Now, the work plan I'm sharing with you, this type of a matrix is perhaps the simplest matrix for ordinary proposals. Some people present it in form of a Gantt chart, but it is easier to present your work plan in form of this type of a matrix, the implementation work plan. And let me share with you for purposes of clarity. So Nicole, go to our second row. I want to share an activity based on what Pamela has been sharing with us. Train community health workers. Train community health workers in newborn nutrition. Newborn nutrition practices. I'm thinking on my toes. Okay, let me make it even clearer, this type of an activity. So Nicole, go back. I'm going to say conduct 6 training workshops. Conduct 6 training workshops, digit 6. Six training workshops for 120 religious leaders. On benefits of child vaccination. Remember our discussion yesterday about door-to-door vaccination. So I'm trying to borrow something from there based on our discussions yesterday about community leaders, religious leaders, and all that type of thing. Now, Nicole, if you can be very quick, you can go to timelines, and within this column, create 3 columns within that column. So merge the cells for the timelines. Correct. So, so my timelines, Nicole, again, timelines bracket, June to August. Close bracket. So now the assumption here is that I'm going to conduct my 6 trainings. I'm going to conduct my 6 trainings in the first month of my project. So I could shade the first cell. Maybe I could shade it green or blue. Or shade it blue. So for the sake of learning, this is how I may present my implementation work plan. Then, so Nicole, try to make this timelines section smaller so that we have more space to write. Make the cells smaller. Correct? Make them smaller than that. Smaller still. Yes. Okay. So now my expected output, Nicole, bullet 1. Expected output number 1 is 6 training workshops conducted. Bullet 2, 120 religious leaders trained. So Nicole, pull the bullets towards your left so that we have more space. Pull the bullets. Click on the bullet and pull to the left. Not the bullet itself. Yes. Pull it to the left, yes. It's not obeying you. Okay, then make the space for outputs a little smaller so that we have more space to write on. Okay, right, okay. Nicole, go to output indicators. Bullet 1. Number of workshops conducted. Bullet 2. Number of leaders trained. Go to responsible persons, Nicole. Training manager. Go to critical assumptions. Bullet 1. Community leaders will cooperate. Budget in dollars. Nicole, budget in dollars up there. Budget in dollars, yes. Budget in bracket in USD. Okay, so there you say 5,000. Okay, thank you very much, Nicole, for working with me that fast. Thank you so much. Team members, Pamela, that is how I would construct my project implementation work plan. So even if I have 15 different activities, I would still use the same format to present my work plan. Now, Simon, I hope you are there.
Sir, I'm there. I'm following, please.
Thank you. So Simon and all of us.
I have a question.
Yes, Pamela.
Yeah, under output, a number of workshops conducted, what is it? How will we be able, or anyone who comes on the ground will be able to know that these are the number of workshops that has been done? So yeah, are we supposed also to include, this is my thought, are we supposed to include the attendance list? Because that one is a proper indication of, let's say, attendance list or participation list.
Pamela.
Or, yeah.
Pamela, listen now.
I'm listening.
With your notebook and pen and paper. There is a difference between an output indicator and what we call a means of verification. There is a matrix for presenting a project. That matrix is called project log frame. Now, Pamela, I'm talking to you specifically, and I'm talking to all of us generally. Project log frame is a total presentation of your project. It is used mainly for project management and also for project monitoring and evaluation. A project implementation work plan is a basic monitoring tool purposely to help you effectively execute your project activities. An output indicator is a yardstick for measuring how successful you have been in carrying out your activities. A means of verification is an item which we use in project log frames as a way of being sure that the said activity has in actual sense, taken place. For a training workshop, participants' attendance list is a means of verification. We call it MOV, means of verification. It is mainly used in presenting a project logical frame, log frame or logical frame. Thank you, Esther. So Pamela, it is possible that many of us confuse project indicators and means of verification. An indicator is what makes you be able to say that I have been successful, one, in carrying out my activity, two, in achieving my objectives, three, in achieving my goal or my impact. In the three critical levels that I have talked about, Pamela, we have three types of indicators. The first level, which is the level of activity, we use output indicators, normally just numbers. How do I know that I carried out my trainings? I'm going to look at number of trainings that I have conducted. But my success at that level must be measured against the expected output. What did I plan to achieve? I planned from the onset to conduct 6 training workshops. I planned from the onset to train 120 religious leaders. So how do I measure myself? in the number of people I have trained, that is number one, and two, number of workshops I have conducted. But if I now want to go deeper, Pamela, and ask myself, were the workshops really conducted? Then I go to means of verification. And one of my means of verification would be participants daily. Listen to my words again, Pam. Participants daily self-signed attendance registers. Daily self-signed. Now, there is a difference between participants' attendance register and participants' daily self-signed attendance register. One of them is a stronger means of verification. The other one is a weaker means of verification. Pamela, are you listening?
Yes, I'm learning. In fact, thank you. At least you are broken. You have removed the whatever I was confusing the log frame.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. That's why I was asking you about, because I read somewhere in the log frame where you had to verify the number of, we list the attendance list, participation, the attendance list we use as verification, and also the minutes or the materials used, something like that. So if you say materials were purchased, you should be having the voucher. Petty cash, that shows that the materials which were being used in conducting training were purchased. So that is what I was told, but now you are very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. I hope all of us are clear. Oscar, Vesi, I see your hands.
Good. Yeah, good morning from Ghana. My name is Oscar.
Yes,
Please,
Oscar, welcome.
Based on the explanation you just gave to Pamela's question, is that the reason why we don't have the expected
Oscar, we are losing you.
outcome? The outcome. Yeah, I'm asking that based on the explanation you gave, is that the reason why we don't have expected outcome?
Yes, because the work plan helps us in administering our activities. Where you present your outcomes is at the logical frame. Oscar? We have lost Oscar.
Hello, I can hear you now, sir.
Yes, we lost you a bit. Thank you for being back. Now, the outcomes are contained in the logical framework. Remember what we have said, Oscar, that the implementation work plan helps us to administer the activities. But the logical framework helps us not only to administer the activities, but also to measure our success levels at outcome, which is the objective, and also at impact, which is at the goal level. So we preserve outcome discussions for the log frame section of our proposal. Okay. But in many cases, Oscar, donors will not ask you for a log frame together with your proposal. Probably the log frame could be an annex to the proposal, but not many donors would want to take you through that rigorous process, unless and until maybe when your proposal has been approved, then the donor may ask you for a log frame so that you and the donor can be very sure that your project is going to be well managed, your project is going to be well monitored, and results can be documented. Oscar?
Yes, sir.
Is it clearer?
Yes, please. I'm so grateful, sir.
Thank you so much, Oscar. And I'm happy that you are listening in from Ghana. Pamela, I hope you will not mix them up again. The indicators,
Yes.
means of verification.
Yes, Doc, I've gotten you loud and clear. I'm now at par. In fact, I hope you are going to share this with us for reference purposes.
In fact, Pamela, now I'm going to ask Nicole, the admin, to share with you this part of the work plan that we have just worked on together, so that it helps you, Pamela, and all of us to construct your implementation work plan. Allow me to say that all your project proposals will have a section called Project Implementation Work Plan. And this is how you present it, please. If it is a 1-year project, then your timelines here, Nicole. If it is a 1-year project, then your timelines section will be in quarters, so that we have Q1, Q2, Q3, and Q4 for 1 year. Then if I want to conduct 6 training workshops for 120 religious leaders, and I want to stagger my 6 trainings in the first and second quarters, then I will shade the first and second rows within this particular, the first and second columns within my first row. Nicole, are you able to play around with this? Q1 to 4. But that, Nicole, could be where you have put June to August. So timelines, Q1 to Q4. Yes. So where you have said June to August, just say Q1 to Q4. Yes. So then down here, your sub columns would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Correct, Nicole? So then if my merge that, yes, correct, Nicole. So if I'm going to spread my 6 training workshops in Q1 and 2, then I would shade the first column and the second column. Correct, Nicole? Now, let's make it a little juicy. Nicole, the second row, I now want to put in my second activity. Provide, I'm thinking on my toes, so my 2 activities might not correspond. Provide farm inputs, provide farm for garden, farm inputs, into bracket, Nicole, seeds and fertilizers. To 240 households. Fertilizers, close bracket. Fertilizers, close bracket. To 240 vulnerable households. Vulnerable households. Okay, so now, assuming this is an activity in my project, then I have planned, depending on the logical sequence of my project, I have planned to do this in the last quarter of the year. Based on my thinking, I'm planning to do it in the last quarter. I'm just thinking in the wild. Then I would shade the last quarter sub-column. Probably, Nicole, shade it in green. Correct. So now, Pamela and all of us, let's look at this type of a work plan. So if I am the project officer, or I am the project manager, or I am the project coordinator, and I'm using this as a task management plan on my desk. So I just know that the 6 training workshops have been scheduled to be conducted in Q1 and Q2. And the person whom I'm going to ask about performance of this particular activity is my training manager. Now, Nicole, go to responsible persons for our second activity, responsible persons, livelihoods officer. Livelihoods officer. Correct. So my assumption in there, Nicole, my assumption would be bullet 1. Targeted households. Will not sell off the inputs for quick cash. So remember our discussions yesterday, Pamela and team. Simon, I hope you are there, my brother.
Sir, I'm there. Sir, in the case of the livelihood officer, when it comes to Ghana, we use agric extension officer.
All right, or agricultural extension officer.
Yes, please.
In Kenya, the agricultural extension officer could be a government employee, but now we are a small community project, and one of our staff members has a title, livelihoods officer.
That's good, sir. It's good. I'm learning.
Thank you, Simon. So listen to my assumption and take your mind back to what we were discussing yesterday about risks and assumptions. So in my assumptions here, I'm looking at what I'm going to do. I'm going to provide farm inputs, which are seeds and fertilizers, to 240 vulnerable households. And my assumption is that these households that we are going to target will not turn back when we have gone. When they have received our seeds and fertilizers, they will not turn back and sell these critical inputs which we are giving them for purposes of household food security. They are not going to sell them off. Simon, do you think this is a possible risk in your community in Ghana?
Sir, it's possible. If this assumption is not met, you are likely not to achieve your targets.
Exactly. Esther, I hope you are there.
Yes, Doc, I'm there, following.
Is this a possible risk if we turn it over?
Yeah, it is, especially for vulnerable households who would want to meet other needs very quickly, and
Yeah.
they have the inputs there, and there's already market around. They turn the inputs into cash and use them for other purposes, so it's possible.
Yes, it is possible. So as we discuss this, take your mind back to what we were saying, what we were discussing yesterday about risks and assumptions. Now, not many times do we present risks in our execution work plan, but we do, it is standard practice to present assumptions, because these are more positive factors. Now, Nicole, my budget for this is $1,500. Okay, thank you. Esther, are you now able to construct a work plan with 12 different activities?
Yes, Doc.
Thank you
From
very
the template, yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much. Sometimes I want to caution, not everywhere do we present project activity budgets in an execution work plan. Not everywhere. And it is not mandatory, because the assumption is that these activities have been budgeted for in your budget section of the proposal. Probably your budget is in Excel, and therefore it is an attachment to your Word document. It is an attachment. So not many times do we present budgets in an implementation work plan, and it is not mandatory. However, for purposes of being very clear, and for purposes of following up on your activities vis-a-vis your budget projections, sometimes it is nice just to present your budget also in your work plan. Any question, colleagues, from this small presentation?
Yes, good morning, Doctor. This is Alison.
I think I have not listened to you since morning.
Yeah, thank you. I joined a bit late, but I was able to follow seriously. Now, I wanted to know is in these activities, as we shared, for example, this quarterly budget implementation plan. In the second activity, we are shedding shell 4.
Yes.
And then in the first one, I've said that means you're implementing the first 2 activities in quarter 1 and quarter 2. And then the other one in quarter 4.
Yes.
Then I was imagining that if we are to be systematic, can this activity come as the second activity, or we would have taken it to another activity, and maybe perhaps number 3 or number 4, so that the implementation according to these shells are systematic? Is what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Nicole, where are you? Alex? Alex, our work plan is not an ideal projection of our work plan. It is a document that has come from the blues. I was thinking on my toes. Thank you, Nicole. So Alex, this is not probably the best way to present activities, but because I was thinking from the sky, I was simply using this type of formatting to show you how we can do things. But I want to say that your activities in any project that you develop should follow a logical sequence, so that the first activity helps you in terms of sequencing, your first activity as you present it should be able to help you achieve your second activity, or it should be able to give you ample room to effectively carry out the second activity. So this Alex, is not really a flowing way of presenting the activities, because these two activities are not even related. I was just thinking from the blues. I don't know if you understand me.
Yeah, I've understood you, doctor.
Yeah, but for example, if Alex and everybody else, if I started this with the first activity, which is about child immunization, and I know my assumption is that I have to target the community leaders, the religious leaders first, so that my project can gain greater acceptance. Then in my second activity could have been in Q3. And that is when now I would start doing door to door. Nicole, please. My second activity would therefore become provide or conduct door-to-door vaccination of children under the age of 5. Activity number 2, Nicole. Second row. My second row, where you have provide. No, I just wanted you to do away with provide farm inputs. Yes, so just say, conduct door-to-door vaccination of all children under the age of 5. Okay, so my responsible person here would be nursing officer. That's an employee of our organization, nursing officer. Nicole, go to critical assumptions and just say, household heads will cooperate with vaccination teams. Household heads will cooperate with our vaccination teams. The teams that will be involved with our vaccination teams. Yes, so that's the budget remains the same. Now, Nicole, go back to timelines and remove the shading in Q4 and bring it to Q3. Shade it with deep green. Deep green, yes, correct. All right, Alex, look at that. Does it flow from, does activity 1 help us into activity 4?
Yeah, I think that was what I wanted. I was emphasizing. I wanted to understand it's now okay. So that there's some consistency in the activities and how it is implemented.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's that. There is a suggestion from somebody. Welcome and share with us.
Yes, thank you very much, Doc. The suggestion is coming from me. I was just thinking, under the assumption, could you also say that we are assuming that the household heads and maybe the caregivers will cooperate? Is it does it make sense to also add caregivers?
Yes, to me, what you are saying, Esther, and what we have here mean the same. The vaccination teams, Esther, could be the caregivers you are talking about, the community caregivers, it could be. The vaccination teams could be our staff who are going to provide the vaccination, who are going to do the vaccination of children under 5. So it both mean the same thing. Esther?
When I say caregivers, I meant maybe in a household, we have the household heads, who could be maybe the males, and then our caregivers would be maybe the mothers or whoever is left to take care of the under 5 child.
Yes,
I don't know whether
we could be, yes, you are right, Esther. You are right. We could be so specific, even to say that mothers will avail the children for the vaccination exercises. All that leads us the same thing. Although somebody could say, somebody could become nuts again with you in your project and say, yes, mothers could avail the children for vaccination. But in household power play dynamics, maybe the household heads probably are more critical. So maybe mothers could say, I want my baby to be vaccinated. But if the father says no vaccination here, then our project still runs into headwinds. So either way, Esther, we are speaking the same language.
Yeah, so in that case, is it important to factor in the two scenarios or the two important people that would also determine the success of the vaccination of this under 5? So just saying, yes. We are assuming that the household heads and the respective caregivers, household children caregivers, something of that kind, will accept or will cooperate with our vaccination teams.
Yes, you are right, Esther. But to look for a middle ground so that you don't have a lot of assumptions in your work plan, because probably the standard practice is just to have 1 or 2 assumptions in your work plan. To get a middle ground, Esther, we could just say households will cooperate with our vaccination teams. Esther?
Yes, that is neutral. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so
much. Yeah. If there isn't a question or an input to this, I want to say it has been a well-deserved recap and also diving into something new which we had not talked about, the implementation work plan. Pamela, thank you very much for driving us into this deep water. It is important because we need to understand, one, that work plan will be part of our project proposals. Work plans will be our basic monitoring and project execution tool, and we need to know how to construct a very clear but simple implementation work plan. So Pamela, I thank you so much for bringing this up. It is you who has made us spend all this time, but I'm sure it will make our proposals better. Pamela, clap for yourself if you are there.
So, Doctor, we had a question from Emmanuel.
So Emmanuel Oboni. Emmanuel Oboni, the floor is to you. Meanwhile, Nicole, please organize so that you share this small work, the work plan, with everybody. Nicole, confirm that you are going to share this small bit of our joint work plan with everyone.
Yes, this will be shared during the break.
Thank you very much.
Hello, sir.
Oscar?
Yes, in terms of the coloring, do we have is it possible or is it normal to have a key for it?
I don't understand what you mean by the word key.
To explain, I don't know, to explain that where it is colored, it is when the activities will take place. Because we have two colors there. We have the blue, we have the green, and we have the white. The white is of, which is not yet colored, is also a color.
Now, let me tell you how sometimes I present timelines. Nicole, do away with our green color in the second line, in the second activity. Do away with our green color. And just put an X under Q1. Just put an X, yes. So Oscar, sometimes when I'm constructing my work plan, I just put an X. Nicole, it should be in the third quarter. I just put an X. So Oscar, when I'm looking at my work plan, I know that this particular activity will be conducted. Sorry, oh Nicole. Nicole, we are lost. Emmanuel, thank you very much for confirming that your question has been answered. Oscar, I can use an X to show whoever is reading my proposal that I intend to carry out that activity in quarter 3.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes we use, I can also
Doc,
use.
can I add something?
Yes, Pam.
Yeah, so even me, that was the question I wanted to ask, if we can use X, because you realize, let's say, for example, to conduct door-to-door, you might do it throughout the quarter.
Yes.
Meaning, or you can start Q1 and then Q2, you don't do it, and then you continue with Q3 or the last quarter. So in that case, because it is one activity and you want to do it in 3 quarters, so X, you put X in Q1, then Q2, which you will not conduct it, you leave blank, and then you go to Q3 where you are going to do it. So for me, I prefer X than colors.
It is okay. It is okay. Mercy Monde, thank you very much. I recognize your compliments. Esther.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you.
Doc, just a quick one.
Yes.
On the project, our last activity, conduct door-to-door vaccination. Isn't it also important to be specific on how many door-to-door vaccinations we are going to do and how many children are we targeting under the age of 5? So that when we come to our expected output, we are able to define specifically, or we are able to tell that whatever was in our project activities we've been able to achieve, we've been able to achieve, and also such.
Yes, we could do that, but we could also put it under expected outputs, Esther, and just say, what are we expecting to achieve? 2,400, let's say so, or 1,200 children vaccinated, so that we could leave it for our expected output section.
Well guided, sir.
Thank you very much. Mercy Monde, thank you very much for your compliments. Esther, thank you for this contribution. Pamela, compliments to you, Simon, and all of us. Allow us to take a 15 minutes health break so that we can come back now to begin to talk about what our proposal outline should look like. Thank you so much, all of us, for this lively discussion. And I want to say I'm very encouraged and motivated to be here again with you after health break. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Nicole, for being there for us. Welcome back, all of us. We had a short break, a break that had work in it. We shared this generic work plan, which was to help us practice the process of developing a project execution work plan. Something that we have worked on before tea break, and it should be very easy for us to now use this type of project outline to develop a work plan. Now, the second part of that assignment was to develop indicators for the outputs that will be generated from the various activities which we have. So trusting that we have worked on this, all of us, I want to invite somebody to share with us the specific activities that you have picked from this project outline. That's the first assignment. Share with us the specific activities that you have picked from this project outline. And if you have developed a work plan that you are confident to share with us with the activities that have 2 output indicators, then I urge that you share with our admin so that we can project it here. So in 1 minute, I'm expecting that somebody can be able to share with our admin a work plan that is based on this project outline. As somebody shares the work plan with our admin at TCC, I want to invite us to begin to share. Programs at TCC Africa, copy to admin, tccafrica.org. As we do that, I invite everybody to share with us on this work plan. The first question is, give us an outline of the activities you have picked from this project outline. I'm waiting. Put on your video and speak to team. Charles Mark Bazibu just entered the room. Somebody who has been there, I'm inviting us to share on the activities. Which activities have you picked from this project outline? Put on your video and your microphone so that you can speak to us. Is somebody raising up? Has somebody raised up their hands? I'm seeing Pamela. Pamela, you want to share that? Give us an outline of the activities.
Yeah, but
just that only, just the outline of activities. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I was still working on it because you know I'm in the office. I'm working too. I'm multitasking.
Okay.
So I was yet to come out with to put it in the tabulation. But again, these are my outline. So outline number one, because this is
Activities.
the activity number one, conduct a project initiation meeting with stakeholders, including village elders, opinion leaders, pastors, youth, and vigilant groups, because those are there. Then activity number two, but then I'm not giving line. See, just activity. Conduct trainings for village elders, opinion leaders, pastors, youth, and vigilant groups.
You are talking about project initiation meeting? Pamela?
Yeah? Yes?
What is your first activity?
The first activity, because now it is going to pick up, which was going to be done in the first month, is to conduct a project initiation meeting, elders, village elders, opinion leaders, the vigilant, and the youth.
So that is your
Plus
activity number
pastors.
one.
Yes.
That is your activity number one.
Then
let's listen to somebody else with activity number two. Somebody, a second presenter with activity number two. Pamela has just given us the activity number one, to conduct a project initiation meeting with the stated stakeholders. Activity number two. Somebody else, please. Activity number two. I'm seeing two hands up, Esther and the other person. May I pick on one other raised hand instead of Esther now? This one other raised hand is Frenda Indoyo. Activity number two, Frenda.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening to everyone.
Yes, Frenda.
My second activity would be to provide seeds, fertilizers, and other startup tools for livelihoods to the returnees.
Come again.
To provide seeds, fertilizers, and other startup tools for livelihoods to the returnees.
So that is your activity, Frenda.
Yes.
Is it well crafted according to our discussions yesterday?
Actually, my apologies. Yesterday I had some power issues. I didn't get to finish the last part of the meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we say provide, not to provide. Provide seeds and fertilizers to returnee families. We said, Frenda, in your absence, that we craft activities in a project starting with an action word. So conduct project initiation meeting, provide seeds and fertilizers. Yes, so it's not to provide, it is provide seeds and fertilizers. Bernard Ngoruse, let's listen to you.
Yeah, the activity that I highlighted is to conduct 5 group meetings for returnees on family integration and reunion.
Again, let me just correct you while standing up. Remove the word to. so that your activity is well crafted. Bernard?
Conduct
Yes.
5 group meetings for returnees on family reintegration and reunion.
Correct, correct. Bernard? Correct. There's one other hand that is raised apart from Bernard. Bernard, thank you very much. Activity number 4. Alex?
Yeah, thank you. I think the other activity should be train returnees families on the best agricultural practices on the area.
Again, Alex?
Train returnee family members on the best agricultural practices on the area.
Correct, Alex. That's very good. So we have actually picked 3 key activities apart from the first one that Pamela picked, which is unfortunately was a silent activity within the project outline. Esther, your hands are up. Esther?
I wanted to add on an activity. Yeah, I'm just thinking through from the guide, from the assignment, the paragraphs. Provision of cash transfers to the returnees for small business startups. I don't know whether that would also
change the word. You get a different word for provision so that it is an action word.
Provide cash transfers to the returnees to support that small businesses.
For business startups.
Yeah, or business startups.
Provide cash transfers for returnee families for business startups. Correct,
Yes.
Esther? Clement has just entered the room. Welcome, Clement. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Alex, and colleagues. Any other activity? We now have 4 activities plus 1 that Pamela gave us. Project initiation meeting. So we have 4 activities picked from our project outline. Shall we get a 5th activity? Somebody? Brenda again. Welcome, Brenda.
Okay, involve returnees on family integration and reunion meetings.
Make it better, make it more precise in terms of how we craft activities. Remember, our activity number 2, which is 3 in this presentation, is conduct 5 group meetings for returnees on family reunions. The 3rd activity is train returnee families on best agricultural practices. Number 4, provide cash transfers for returnees for business startups. So, Brenda, redesign your activity.
Okay, let me reframe to this, conduct meetings for returnees on family reintegration and reunion.
That has been conducted, that has been said as our number 3 or number 2. Conduct 5 group meetings for returnees on family reunions. That has been said.
Noted. I didn't get that part, sorry.
That has been said. We have trained returnee families on best agricultural practices, provide cash transfers for returnees for business startups, 5 group meetings, provide seeds and fertilizers and other startups. There was one from Pamela, which was a silent activity in that outline, that is project initiation meetings with stakeholders. What are we leaving out? There is one other raised hand.
Yes, this is Alex. Eh?
Alex.
Yeah, thank you. I think one of it should be carry follow-up meetings to establish the success of the activities in progress.
What is the program word for that?
Sorry? Can I say conduct or carry out follow-up meetings or to evaluate? Can you say evaluate?
The word is monitor and evaluate the project.
Yes, yes.
The word is monitor and evaluate the project on an ongoing basis.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alex. One other hand was raised. Esther?
Thank you, Doc. I was thinking of having an activity like, I think it's also part of monitoring and evaluation, but just to be specific, we would say conduct bi-weekly review meetings to check on the project progress.
Let's say conduct weekly.
Yeah,
weekly review meetings with, who are in the review meetings, Esther?
With the project stakeholders.
Be specific.
Project stakeholders, or maybe the village elders.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Yes, Alex.
Can I say conduct meeting with the project beneficiaries?
Review meetings.
Review meetings, yeah, with the project beneficiaries.
Yes, I was asking Esther to be more specific, you know, if, listen, now Alex, listen, and Esther and all of us. If our monitoring and evaluation budget can allow, then it would be fantastic to have weekly meetings with specific target groups within the stakeholder community. And one of the target groups, Alex, as you have said, could be the beneficiaries. So if our M&E budget can allow, then we could have weekly meetings with a select cohort of beneficiaries. That is proper. And Esther, I was imagining that we could also have weekly review meetings with project staff. We could also have weekly review meetings with community opinion leaders. We could have weekly review meetings with returnee families, as we have said, Alex. So it is wide depending on how you have structured your monitoring and evaluation to look like. Esther?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Alex?
I think I'm contented. Thank you.
Very good. So, yes, Mercy?
No, it's Esther again.
I will listen to Mercy after listening to you, Esther.
Okay. I was thinking of an activity like also still part of monitoring and evaluation, I guess. Like field visits or field supervision, field support supervision, conduct field support supervision by the monitoring and evaluation team.
Yes.
Project monitoring and evaluation team.
Yes, that is correct, Esther. It's an ideal way of ongoing monitoring and evaluation. Mercy? Let us listen to Mercy. Mercy, have we lost you? If we have lost Mercy, is there any work plan that has been shared with the admin TCC, programs TCC, which can be projected in our central screen? Nicole, is there any work plan that has been shared with you?
Also, as I check on the work plans that have been sent, Mercy had asked a question in the chat. She asked, could the needs assessment or baseline study be necessary?
We were looking at the project outline as we have it here. So the needs assessment and baselines are not applicable for this particular assignment because this is an assignment. This is like a project that has been developed. The activities have been set. The budget has been given. So ours was simply to develop a work plan with indicators. The only thing that was silent, and Pamela brought it out very well, was the project initiation meeting. Yes, we have the project, the activities have been set, the budget has been set, but it would have been fantastic. And Pamela, thank you very much for this. It was a fantastic starting point to have the project initiation meetings, which Esther, you rightly call project inception meeting. It's actually a meeting that brings the stakeholders together so that we all are able to start on a sound footing with one focus when we have shared objectives for the project. Thank you very much, Pamela. Thank you very much, Esther, for sharing in. So who has come? Whose is this, Nicole?
Bernard.
Bernard. So Bernard, thank you very much. Sit through as we discuss your thinking here. So we have Bernard's work. Bernard has given us a work plan that, according to him, starts in the month of August and ends in the month of October, which is a great idea, 3 months. So Bernard has put the first activity to be conducted in the first month of this project. His expected outputs are that 5 group meetings are conducted. He has the output indicators there. He has the responsibility there as the team leader and the critical assumptions. There will be no hostilities between families from different ethnicities. So his assumption is that there will be no hostilities in between the various communities. His budget is that 100,000 South Sudan pounds. Bernard has given the second activity as conduct 3 trainings in family reunions and reintegration. Great. And this, according to him, and Alex, I want you to talk about the sequencing. Let me not read through it. Alex, I want you to talk about the way Bernard has sequenced these activities, the logical flow of the activities from month 1 to month 2 to month 3 to month all that.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. and colleagues. I think this is very beautiful. He has done it as expected, because you can see that the first activity translates to the second one, and it goes according to the months also sequentially. So I think this is the beauty I was talking about. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Esther, do you want to say something about this?
Yes, Doc. The presentation really looks good. The flow looks very nice. However, I just have an input on the first activity. Conduct 5 group meetings for returnees on family reintegration and reunion.
Okay.
I've scanned through the whole row. Being specific on who the trend for the meetings is targeting, you know. Is it targeting the community leaders, the opinion leaders? Because if it was not specified in the under the project activity, then I expected it under expected is it output or
expected
output indicator? Yeah, somewhere there. I don't know whether that makes sense. Yes, expected output, so that
Bernard should have given us 2 expected outputs. There is an output that is related to meetings, and there is an output that is related to people. So Esther, you could as well just give us the output that is related to people. And Nicole, you could slot it in as the second bullet. Esther, I'm waiting for you. Output, expected output number 2. Esther?
Expected output number 2 would be 2, okay, 5. So I think it will depend on that the number of, okay, I would say maybe 250 and reunion. That is if I'm targeting 50 per each group.
So just give us the sentence, the statement.
So that will be 250 because there are 5 groups.
Give us the statement that we can write.
250 250 opinion leaders. What is it? 250 just 250 village elders, opinion leaders, pastors, youth, and vigilant groups trained.
Esther, are you linking it to the activity? According to Bernard, the group meetings are for returnees. So I'm expecting that the target audience here are returnees. Esther?
Yes, Doc, you're right. I think I didn't. Yes, for returnees, yes. So maybe we'd say 2,000 or 2,000 returnees reached or reached through through 2,000 returnees reached through family reintegration and reunion meetings.
Through the meetings, just say through the meetings.
Yeah, through the meetings.
Or just say 2,000 returnees reached, full stop. Nicole?
Okay.
Yes. So thank you very much, Esther, for sharing that.
Dr.
Alex?
Yeah, I think that if that is the case, then one of the output indicator which he has put there is not fitting that one, yes.
Yes.
Number of opinion leaders growing.
It will have to change.
That one, yeah.
It will have to
so
change.
The
Number of returnees reached.
Yeah.
Nicole? Number of returnees reached. Thank you very much. I think for purposes of being clear, those two areas should be able to give us a glimpse into how we were supposed to work on this. Bernard, are you there? Can you say something? Bernard, the author of this document.
Yes, I'm here.
Bernard,
I appreciate your comments. Thank you. Yeah, I'm here.
Yes, thank you
I
very much.
appreciate your comments.
Yes. Thank you very much, Bernard. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Alex, for feeding into this. I think we in our own ways now, I am confident that we can be able to develop, or we are able to develop, very effective project execution work plans. Am I right? Pamela, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
No, I'm asking.
Okay.
I'm asking a question.
Oh, pardon.
I'm saying I'm now confident that left on our own, we are able to develop very effective project execution work plans. Am I right, Pamela?
Yes, you are right. So I'm thinking in this one,
Yes.
activity 1, can we add, because I'm seeing the meetings for returnees on family reintegration and reunion. Can we say, can we mention if the number to conduct trainings in family reunion, it is not going to get in there, because it whatever I'm suggesting can get into activity 2, where the trainings, after the trainings, then I thought we were supposed to say how many of the families were reunited.
Yes.
But yeah, because why were we training? We were training in order to reunite. After training, we need to find the output should give us the number of families who were reunited. I think something like that.
Yes, not really. The output is just the number of families trained.
Okay.
The reunion, the aspect of now ultimate reunion. Remember, Pamela, these are people who came. The context of this project is that there are people who ran away from their country in South Sudan. Now, when the peace agreement was signed in 2011, there are people who are scattered. Some were in Kenya, some were in Uganda, some were as far as Khartoum, some were as far as Canada, and all that. So when the comprehensive peace agreement in 2011 was signed, now these people saw it necessary to come back home.
Okay.
Now, the people who remained at home and who, in your own imagination, Pamela and all of us, people who remained home suffered the brutal consequences of the 21 years of war. So these people who had run away, many of them were able to go to school. They came back speaking English and all that type of thing. Now, there was resistance from the people who remained. That is the genesis of this type of an intervention. But we are using it for purposes of learning how to develop a work plan. But I'm sure that if now it is a real project that you are working on, it will be something that you fully understand. And you can be able to even put the sequencing, to use Alex's words, the way you sequence your activities. Which one comes first? Which one should follow? And which one should follow? So It is just that. Pamela?
Yeah, I've gotten.
Thank you very much. So I'm confident about your abilities to develop a good project implementation or a good project execution work plan. I therefore beg that we go now to how we structure our proposal document. How do we structure our proposal document? The structure of the proposal. I want to say, Nicole, I hope, yes, thank you. You are already there. You are ahead of me. Proposal outline. Now, colleagues, I want to say that there are many times when you will be developing a proposal from nothing. Somebody just tells you, submit a proposal. Or you just decide as an organization, I want to submit a proposal, say, to the Ministry of Health. I want to submit my good proposal to the Department of Research Fund. And there are occasions when a donor may give you a format to use for writing and submitting your proposal. The outline I'm going to share with you is based on assumption that you have no template at all given by a funding agency. So you could use this. I call it a generic proposal frame. What should it contain? That is what I'm sharing with you now. And later on, I'm going to share with you a fleshed, a frame that has some flesh, which explains to you what is it that should be in the proposal cover page, what it should be in the executive summary. How about the organizational background? What about the problem statement? So let me use my experiences to do some explanation on each of these. The proposal cover page, as the name says, just to go back, Nicole. The proposal cover page, as you would imagine, is a one-page write-up, which in many cases is a summary of what you are containing there. The cover page should be able to say in one line the following areas, which I'm going to share with you. For example, it should contain the name of the submitting organization. It should contain the contact details of the submitting officer, if it is the director of the company, if it is the name of the PI of the university. It should be in this one page. It should talk about the title of your project. If it is a research project, it should be the title of the research. It should be able to speak about the expected target beneficiaries of your project, so that if somebody has just received your project proposal, they can be able to see that this is submitted by University of Morocco, the University of Morocco, or Center of Excellence in Casablanca is the submitting authority. The person in charge is Dr. So-and-so, something like that. The contact details, the postal address, the collaborating partners that should be provided for in the cover page. The next item, which will be like your page 2 of your proposal, should be an executive summary. For a research proposal, we call it a research summary or abstract of the research. How long should your executive summary be? If you don't have any guidance, your executive summary could be as short as half a page, but it can be as long as 1 page. Can be as short as half a page and can be as long as 1 page. 1 page would be the longest an executive summary should be. Ideally speaking, my executive summary should be able to tell the reader who I am. In this case, who am I, the principal investigator? Who am I, the submitting organization? Who am I? What is, if it is an organization, what is my focus as an organization? What is my mission statement? What guides me as an organization? That should be in the executive summary. What problem am I trying to address in my proposal? What are my key strategies for addressing that problem? What am I expecting to achieve? How am I going to achieve my aims or my objectives? And what type of a budget am I talking about? If I'm asked to summarize all that information in half a page, I will be able to do it very comfortably. If I'm not constrained by any guidelines, I can do it also in 1 page. It should be a summary as the phrase reads, executive summary. My 3rd page in my proposal could be my organizational background. And that is my section 3. My section 1 of the proposal could just be the proposal summary cover page. My section 2 could be the executive summary. My section 3 could be the organizational background. In this particular section, organizational background, I should speak briefly about my organization. If I'm applying as an individual PI, but I'm based in some organizations like we do in the university, I should be able to speak slightly about myself as a PI and speak about my organization, which is the university, as my backup organization. Because for you who have applied for funding or who will apply for funding as a PI, as a principal investigator, you'll always realize that yes, you are going to be funded, but the money goes to the university and the university becomes the accounting body of your research grant. The research is yours. You are doing the research within the confines of the university, but the money goes not to you, but to the organizational bank account, that is the university's bank account. So you follow all the processes that you do in internal systems to get the funds you need for your various activities. And finally, the university accounts for the money and reports to the donor. But you are the one who has asked for the money as a PI. So under this section, organizational background, I would speak about myself as a PI and speak about my organization. as my backup program. If I'm applying as an organization, I would talk about my vision, my mission, my key objectives, and how the organization is managed, so that the donor who is going to make a decision about your application can be able to know that this is an organization that has good structures, good management, good intentions, and therefore worthy of being given this money. My fourth section would be the problem statement. Problem statement. We have talked about this yesterday, and we said that all project proposals will be seeking to address a specific problem. So many times donors would jump and start reading this part because they want to see this problem that is compelling you to seek for funding. What is this problem that is compelling you to seek for funding? So they want to read your problem statement. What I want to say about this is first about the length of this section. Ideally speaking, this section should be half a page. Ideally speaking, this section should be half a page. And it should show or should demonstrate the depth or the gravity of the problem that you want to address, with statements backing up your arguments. If it is, for example, you are addressing frequent cholera outbreaks in a given community, then one would ideally expect that you are going to quote some authoritative reports that have been compiled around the problem that you are going to address. Let's say statistics from the Ministry of Health talking about the ravages of cholera, the frequency of the outbreaks, how many people are affected in every outbreak, how frequently does this happen. That should be contained in your problem statement, and how it affects communities. The donor or whoever is reading your proposal should be able to see the magnitude of the problem you want to address in this section. The other section, which is more or less related to problem statement, is what I call project justification. Project justification. Some people combine these two sections and they call it problem statement and justification. They combine those two sections into one, then it becomes a longer write-up, which in most cases would be 1 page. In that situation, the problem statement will be half a page and project justification will be half a page, so that you have 1 whole page taking care of these two particular sub-areas: problem statement and justification. Some people call it project rationale. Why do I want to intervene? So instead of using the word justification, they use the word rationale, project rationale. So they would say problem statement and rationale for intervention. Either way, the meaning is the same. Now, if I want to handle justification as a standalone subtopic of my proposal, then I would still do it. But what is important, Esther is saying what really is the difference. Esther, speak to us through your microphone. Esther?
Yes, Doc. I'm just excited that you are handling that part because I'm a victim of the confusion there. So I was just asking if you could shed more light on the difference between problem statement and justification of the rationale and how to go about them. Thanks.
Thank you, Esther. Problem statement is a description by you in as far as you are in the knowledge of the problem or the challenge that your organization wants to address. That section allows you to explain to the reader what the problem is. What is the problem? Who is affected? How are people affected by that problem? Do you have any citations that you can make to make people be convinced that you are actually talking about a problem that exists, not a problem that is imaginary? The section on justification is a twofold section. The first part of justification, Esther, and all of us, is the reason why you are convinced that that problem needs to be addressed today. Justification. Why do I want to intervene? Yes, there is a problem. Yes, there is cholera outbreaks, but why do I want to intervene? Why do I think this problem should be addressed today, not tomorrow? The second part of justification is why you, Esther, or you, your organization, is best suited to undertake the intervention that you are proposing. Now, I always tell people that it is only at justification where we can be able to brag, to use this word. I don't want to use it again. But this is the only section where we can chest thump a bit and say, we are the right people. We are the right people to undertake this project. We have the prerequisite capabilities, the capacity. So this is the place where you can be able to talk to your reader, talk to the donor. If you are a PI, tell the donor how you are best suited to undertake this project. If you are an organization, yes, you are BJP Research Center. Remember our process yesterday where we are talking about negotiations. BJP Research Center in southern Equatoria State that were doing mass immunization campaign. So you are BJP Immunization Center or Research Center. Why are you the best suited to undertake this activity? Now, it is at justification, Esther, and all of us, where we talk about our capacity. We talk about our capacity. But you should talk about it in line with the reason why that problem needs to be addressed. Esther, am I making some sense to you?
Yes, you're making sense. Maybe you could give a practical example to make it more clear.
Oh, God. In justification, you talk about yourself. That is the second part of it. The first part of justification is why that problem needs to be addressed today, not tomorrow. So you would say, for example, that cholera outbreaks have been a norm within the communities living in and around Masaka district in Uganda. Alex, we are not talking about the massacre in Uganda. We are imagining a massacre somewhere. So, in many cases, people who bear the greatest brunt of cholera are children in primary schools. Esther, I'm trying to write a proposal here without writing. Esther?
Yes, I'm following closely.
Yes, so I am trying to talk about why that problem of frequent cholera outbreaks need to be addressed. So I'm talking about it, the justification part of the first part of justification. Then the second part of justification, I would therefore say that our organization, BJP Research Center, has been involved in public health interventions for the last 15 years. We have undertaken projects funded by the EU, funded by USAID, funded by JICA to promote public health awareness among communities, including construction of pit latrines in the greater part of Masaka districts. This past experience has partly enabled us to build our own capacity as an organization, where we have trained a number of our staff in disease surveillance and all that type of things. And we are therefore convinced that given an opportunity to intervene in this particular instance, our teams and our program profile will allow us to do the best in addressing frequent cholera outbreaks. Esther, I'm trying to think as I walk.
Sounding good.
Sound good?
Yeah, sounds good.
So in justification, we talk about why the problem must be addressed today, not tomorrow. Then the second part of it, we talk about our own capacity as an institution. If you are applying as a PI, then you can also talk about past research projects that you have successfully undertaken, including how you have shared the outcomes of your research with the various disciplines, various government departments, various civil society groups that are involved in similar work. So tell the donor about yourself in this. Talk to the donor about yourself so that when they begin to ask the question, are they suited for this work? Then they go to the justification section where you are talking about yourself. Esther?
Yes, Doc, I'm following.
Okay. The other section is project description. Project description, I have said that problem statement and justification combined would be a total of 1 page. On separate sections, each of them should take a maximum of about half a page. Now, project description is now where you are talking about the project in total. Here you will be talking about the goal of your project. You will be talking about the objectives of your project And remember, we said yesterday that a good proposal should not have more than 3 project objectives. In my experience, many times when I develop project proposals, I always try to limit myself to 2 objectives, and a third objective would always be to help me improve institutional capacities. My third objective in many of my proposals would be looking at institutional capacity strengthening. And it is commonplace to find us developing project proposals without thinking about the organization. Yet, every new project should be able to help improve our institutional capacities. When a donor brings in money into our project, a small fraction of that money should be able to help improve our internal and staffing capacities. Pamela, are you listening?
Yes, I'm listening.
So a new project into your organization should not only improve the livelihoods of targeted communities, but also improve the institutional framework of your organization. So that's why I'm sharing with you that in my experience, a third objective or the third objective will ideally be helping me to improve my organizational capacity. The other 2 objectives would be community-focused objectives. Community-focused objectives. The activities under each of those 2 objectives will be community-focused activities, like provision of farm inputs, which we were talking about in the Masepo project, provision of farm inputs, startup of funds for startup of small businesses, group meetings for returnees, training workshops for vigilante groups and opinion leaders. All those things are community-focused activities. Many donors would love to see a lot of money going to such activities, community-focused activities, and they may not be very keen to support your institutional capacity strengthening initiatives. But that does not mean that you should completely shy away from addressing your internal capacities within a project. That's why, in my experience, I always want a third objective, or the third objective in my project proposal should in many times help me address my internal capacity gaps. That is where I can be able to support some of my frontline staff to undertake professional courses, some of my professional front office staff to undertake project benchmarking, exchange visits, so that our staff can also have their capacities improved. So I would have that type of objective to help internal capacities of the organization. And I have seen it work very well. It is also a good way of motivating the organizational staff to do their best. When a new project comes and they are able to improve their capacities, it is very good. So project description, I would have project objectives, and I've said so much about objectives. There are 2 ways of bringing in the issue of project activities. One way is to have a section on project objectives and another section on project activities within the project description section. So I'm talking about subsections. If project description is my section 5 or my section 6, then my section 6.1 would be the goal of the intervention. 6.2 would be the objectives of the project. 6.3 would be activities of the project. Then 6.4 would be my project execution methodology. Project execution methodology. That is 6.5. 6.5, yes.
Doc, sorry, could you come again on those subsections?
If, for example, my project description was section 6 of my proposal, if you are following Esther, what is it? Is it the 6th section or the 5th?
No, it's the 6th section where you were saying how you can break that
section.
Yes, how you can break.
So my section 6.1 would be my project goal. A 6.2 would be my project objectives. 6.3 would be my project activities. Six 6.4, Esther, is it 6.4?
Yes, Doc, it is.
6.4 would be my project execution methodology. And 6.5, is it, Esther?
Yes, it is.
Could easily be my project implementation work plan. And 6.6 would be project management. Project management. And I want to speak a bit about project management subsection, which is section 6.6. This section should be able to explain to the reader how this particular project that you are proposing for funding will be managed. It is not about how your organization is managed. It is about how this project you are proposing will be managed. Who is going to take overall responsibility for the management of this project? That should be contained under this section 6.6. Which specific teams will be involved in the project execution? How will reports be generated? How will reports be shared? Which officers will be receiving the reports? Will there be project management team meetings. How will narrative reports be generated? And how will financial reports be generated? How will end of project processes be handled? How will closeout be handled? Project closeout. All that should be contained in this section 6.6, project management. Section 7 of my project will be project monitoring and evaluation. Project monitoring and evaluation. I want to state to you, colleagues, that today there is a lot of emphasis from organizations that fund projects, granting organizations. There's a lot of emphasis on monitoring and evaluation. Why? Because it is only through competent monitoring and evaluation that you, the project holder, and your organization and your funding agencies can be sure of how well you have performed. Under monitoring and evaluation, you should be able to bring out very clearly the key strategies that you are going to use in one, ongoing monitoring and evaluation. 2, periodic project evaluations, if at all you want to have them, like mid-term review of your project, and end of project evaluation. There should be a very clear strategic map of how you are going to do monitoring and evaluation. Those key activities, Esther, remember what you were talking about when you were discussing earlier about the Masepo project. Esther, you brought out very specific issues or specific sub-activities that would help us in the wider activity of monitoring and evaluation. You can go back to that and just refresh. Like you talked about conducting, that we conduct weekly review meetings. Those are specific areas for realizing your monitoring and evaluation. So I said then, Esther and all of us, that if your budget allows, you could have several of those review meetings with several of the project participants. And project participants here means all those people that are involved in the project, starting with your project staff, your community volunteers, your beneficiaries, your community, other stakeholders, the community gatekeepers, the cultural leaders. You talked about it. Esther, you talked about conduct field support visits. You should be able to explain all that. The donor wants to see that. What are you going to do? The other thing the donor wants to see is how you are going to, which indicators you are going to use to measure your outputs and which indicators you are going to use to measure your outcomes. And if you are also going to have midterm review, if your project is, for example, a 2-year project or a 3-year project, definitely you should be able to build a midterm review in that project and budget for it. You should be able to do an end of project evaluation and budget for it. If that is what you are planning to do, then under your monitoring and evaluation section, you should be able to indicate, you should be able to explain through an outline which indicators you are going to use to monitor your outputs, to monitor your outcomes, and to monitor your impact. If you are good in writing proposals, but you are not good in monitoring and evaluation, then this is a section where you should be able to discuss with somebody who understands M&E so that they can be able to read your activities, read your objectives, read your goal, and help you come up with those 3 indicator sets: the output indicators, the outcome indicators, and the impact indicators. Now, it is those indicators that you have set that are going to be useful when you are doing your monitoring and when you are doing your midterm and when you are doing your end of term evaluations. The evaluator, whether they are coming from outside, will not come with new indicators. They will use the indicators that you have set when you are setting out to undertake this project. Let me hear from somebody up to that extent.
Hello?
Bernard, welcome.
Yeah, at times we get these 3 terms: outputs, outcomes, and impacts. Especially the outputs and outcomes. How do you differentiate them?
Whoever was in this discussion yesterday, I want to invite you to share with Bernard some insights from our yesterday's discussions. Before you speak, Pamela, let somebody else who was here yesterday speak to Bernard about what are the differences between output indicators and outcome indicators, and when do we use which ones? Somebody?
Yeah, let me just try basically.
Yes, Henry, welcome.
Output indicators are based on activity level. When you do your activity, what's that we are later, let's say 50 community members trained, that's just a train. Output, our outcome is related to the broader impact. As you said yesterday, the goal looks at the impact. So it looks at the broader impact. If you train people, how are they going to use that training maybe to create impact within the wider community, basically? And just to add a bit, with regards M&E component, you use the results management framework or the log frame, so you can able to track your indicators and also that of the sources of verification. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Henry. Thank you for being there for us. Henry, you have rightly stated that output indicators measure our success around the activities that we are conducting, around the activities that we are holding, like train community leaders on reintegration and reunion, train cultural leaders on benefits of child vaccinations. When we are measuring our success around those activities, we use output indicators, and they are just expressed as numbers. For example, number of community leaders trained, number of children vaccinated, number of households reached, number of sensitizations conducted, number of, we use those type of sentiments to express output indicators. Now, where we disagree a bit with you, Henry, is on how you are explaining the outcome indicators. You are talking about outcome and also talking about impact. That is not the best way to go about it, because outcomes are intermediary qualitative results. Outcomes, intermediate qualitative results. Those are results that you are able to get as because of your successful execution of the activities, the changes that you are going to see. And you have seen that.
Yes, you're certainly right. Sorry for that, because the level is activity, output, outcome, and then impact. And
trained in
like
resource
outcome,
mobilization,
change in behavior and practice just within. Of course, impact, your project alone cannot contribute to impact. There are a lot of other things that also we support. Thank you.
So you have corrected yourself, Henry.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, but what we say about impact is that your project contributes towards the realization of the impact. So for clarity, we have outcome indicators which measure the level of change. That level of change is intermediate. The ultimate change that we want to see is the impact. So we have outcome indicators to measure the level of change in the immediate term. And then we also have indicators to measure the final product, which is the change scenario that we ultimately want to see. And in that case, we use impact indicators. So I always say that outcome indicators measure our success at objective level. And impact indicators measure our success at goal level. So goal relates to impact, objectives relate to outcomes, and activities relate to outputs. Any comment on that again? Okay, so
I had a question.
Yes, Pamela.
Yeah, I had a question, but before I go to that question, I just want to bring an example of outcome, just using us here, because when we started this training, the objective of TCC training, they had an objective, they had the output, and then what is the outcome of this training? So for me, that is my thinking, and you just affirm so that it gets well. So the outcome of this training is the degree to which the TCC African participants have gained knowledge or understanding of proposal or grant writing. So I've just narrowed it to this. So then apart from that, I know you can add whether I've tried, because all of us, we didn't have enough knowledge. We didn't have, like me, I didn't have total knowledge. So when you started with the talking about the organizational background, I've been thinking around, because you might, you have talked about, like, if you are a student and you want request for grant to support you in education, or you are working with an organization, so you have to use the organization or the university bank and all the information. So that is, it has been running up in my mind, because I'm like, you know, there is that if you want to do masters or PhD, you need finance, and you might get a place where you might need a support. Are you able to hear me? I'm seeing my internet is unstable. So you might need a grant to support you. Yes. So if I'm working for an organization like me here, and I get a donor who might support my education.
Yes.
Through research.
Yes.
So how am I going to be, because maybe the level I am at now is completely different with the level I might be if I am PI. Will this change my salary scale and position? And if it is directed to the college direct, am I going to earn something, or is just partly school fee and research alone? So those are my concerns. I just want to get more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Pamela. I think much depends on the policy of your organization and the way you have structured the budget of your research. If your research is going to be part of your fulfillment of certain academic pursuits, obviously you are the PI, whether you call yourself so or not, you are the PI. The proposal or the project has been designed by yourself. Your organization is your pillar. It is easier for a donor to deal with an institution than to deal with you as an individual. And that is why your organization comes to play. The funding will go to your organization. What I have seen in the universities is that there is an administrative budget which the university takes, because there are people who are not in your project who will also be working with you in the research. So there is an administrative budget which goes to your institution. When the money goes to the bank account of your institution, there will be bank charges which your institution will be taking care of. So there will be an administrative fee. Donors who support research projects understand that an institution where the PI is located administers the grant. The PI executes the grant, but the administration of that office administers the grant. So that is purely dependent on your institution. It doesn't affect your salary because the research is an event. The research is not a funding to your organization. It is an event for a specific purpose. The research could be 1 year, and that is it. Pamela?
Yeah, I've gotten you.
Thank you very much. I don't want to go into the sciences of research, grants, administration, the universities, the colleges, because various institutions have their own different ways of handling research grants. Some institutions say that when you bring in a research grant, obviously you are going to execute the grant in as far as the research activities are concerned. But they also say the administrative cost, part of that administrative cost will go to you as a bonus. I don't know, but it depends on every institution. Okay, so thank you very much again, Pamela, for bringing up that. Let's continue. We were talking about monitoring and evaluation. And I have said that donors really want to see how you are planning to do this work. The more elaborate and sufficient you provide information here, the better for you. In fact, there are so many proposals that have been rejected because their M&E strategy is weak, or the donor says the M&E strategy is not practically possible. So we need to think about that. So again, I go to you, Esther, on the items you are sharing around Masepo project a couple of minutes back. And I want to say that the activities you propose under monitoring and evaluation should be reflected also in your budget, so that we avoid a situation where you have very good explanations on monitoring and evaluation, but when we come to your budget, we don't see any supportive monetary aspects that will be used to execute your monitoring and evaluation plans. Esther?
Yes, Doc, I'm following.
Yes, so it is very easy. It is very easy for us in programs to develop very good monitoring and evaluation planning. But when you go to your project budget, you don't see anything that will support your M&E. Then somebody begins to wonder whether you are consciously talking about M&E. Expected outcomes. This could be a section under monitoring and evaluation, or it could be a section on its own. It could be a section under monitoring and evaluation. It could also be a section on its own. Whichever way you decide to look at it, this section allows you to explain the changes that your project envisages, the changes the qualitative changes your project seeks to achieve. Those are now so much around looking at your objectives and giving an explanation on what your objectives are going to achieve. These are now qualitative aspects of your project. They help you when you are monitoring your work along the way. You begin to seek answers to those questions. What is changing? Whenever I train on monitoring and evaluation, I always tell professionals that M&E just asks two questions. There are only two questions that monitoring and evaluation asks every day. One of them is that, are we on track? And the other question is, are we making a difference? Those two questions are fundamental to all M&E. Are we on track? And I always tell people that the best tool, not complicated, which helps us to understand this question, are we on track, is the project implementation work plan. So that tool, that matrix is a tool for monitoring and evaluation. It is also a tool for basic management of the project. And in my discussions early this morning, I talked about the project logical framework as another tool for project management, monitoring, and evaluation. The framework, the logical frame, or what we call log frame. So those two tools, if you are able to develop them very well, you are also therefore preparing yourself for a very effective project management and very effective monitoring and evaluation. So that is all about outcomes, risks, and assumptions. We have talked about this. I don't need to go about it again. What I want to say, colleagues, here is that when we talk about risks, let us remember my advice here from my experiences. If you have to state possible risks to your project, remember I'm using the word possible risks. The assumption for using the word possible risks is that we design our projects to succeed. We don't design projects to fail. We design projects to succeed. So we talk about possible risks. What may happen? Then you are able to state like 2 or 3 risks to your project, not more, 2 or 3 risks. And my advice here is that when we state risks in our projects, let us state risks that are mild. risks that we can go around them in terms of developing mitigational strategies. And we are assured of success at the end of the day, because no donor wants to give money for a project that surely is going to fail. So that's about risks and assumptions. Those assumptions are, remember our discussions yesterday, these are factors that must prevail. Again, I want to say that we don't design projects to fail. We design projects so that we can succeed and change lives for the better. So we have talked about assumptions, and I'm sure that now you are able to understand what they are and come up with the various assumptions that will be able to support your projects. Sustainability planning. We talked about sustainability yesterday as a concept, and we are talking about it today as a section in your proposal. What I want to mention here is that all your projects should have a section on sustainability planning. Avoid the temptation to think that some projects are not sustainable. Avoid that temptation, because this is a question donors are really asking today. Is the project sustainable? Your answer must be yes. And you must provide strategies that you are going to use to ensure that sustainability is achieved. Any comment on that? I'm waiting. Any comment from team members? Yes, Esther.
Yes, Doc. Yes, you have emphasized that that is a very important part that shouldn't miss in any proposal.
Yes.
I'm a bit of a novice in this issue of proposal development and concept. So maybe you could give maybe one or two practical examples on how you can come up with a sustainability plan, or even just few strategies that someone can put into the proposal to ensure that the potential donor is really convinced that this is not going to be a project that will just end when the project period ends. Yeah, thanks.
Every project will have a sustainability plan built inside that project. That is golden rule number one. Two, the understanding of sustainability is what we call community empowerment. Every project that we design should be able to empower the community, especially the primary beneficiaries of that particular project. The issue of empowerment is key and central to every intervention. It reads like, are our beneficiaries able to stand on their feet after us? That is the question sustainability should be able to address. Now, Esther and all of us, let's think about the BJP project, where we were going to do mass measles immunization campaign. Let's look at that project. Supposing that is the project we were going to undertake, how does sustainability come in? And what are we going to do The question that we must be asking ourselves as we develop that project is, if we are no longer in Western Equatoria and Eastern Equatoria or Southern Equatorian state, what happens to immunization? When we do this project for 3 years, then the donor says, we have had enough of this immunization program. Now we want to do something else. What happens to immunization? There will obviously be more children being born. There will be more new parents coming into the fold. What happens? Those are the questions that you must ask. So what are we going to do? What are we going to do? So we must come up with methodologies that will ensure that even after we have left Western Equatoria State in South Sudan, immunization is a thing that, one, the government will be able to provide. That is number one. Number two, we must create what we call conscious and sustainable demand among the population for vaccination. So how are you going to do those two things? In the process of conducting mass measles campaign, immunization campaign, we must have understood what were the factors that were hindering families from accessing vaccination. In the process of our intervention, did we address those underlying factors? Those are the areas that you address in immunization, in sustainability. We have had, like, for example, the Masepo project, where we are ensuring that returnees can be able to reintegrate into the host communities without resistance. What are our sustainability planning? One of the things that we have built into that project is the group meetings and trainings for vigilante groups, group meetings and trainings with cultural leaders, with community opinion leaders. What were those meetings supposed to do? Those meetings were supposed to bring those community leaders on board. One, to change their attitudes and to make them champions, community champions of reintegration. Esther, are you listening?
Yes, Doc, following closely.
We were training the community leaders so that we are able to change their mindsets. We are aware that those are people who stay in those communities. Without our project, they continue to stay in those communities. And you do better for that community by giving those people the life skills they need. Part of the life skills development is changing their attitude and making them champions. We call them community advocates for reintegration of returnee communities. So without you being in that community, reintegration will continue to be a normal process because we have people who are speaking for reintegration. Then, if I reflect back, think about that particular project of Masepo, one of the things that we developed in terms of sustainability was to create what we call a seed bank, where we were able to replenish seed stores within those communities. So without the Masepo project, communities were able to continue accessing seeds and fertilizers from their village savings, and we call them table banking programs. So they don't need Masepo to continue giving them seeds and fertilizers. They are able to build their own systems to get those inputs on an ongoing basis. So if you listen correctly and attentively to your project and the reason why the VSLs, yes, thank you very much, Esther. The village savings and loans. If you listen to your project very well, the project will tell you the direction that you can take to ensure that those communities do not suffer when you exit. Esther?
Yes, Doc. That's really informative. I've understood. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Budget. Your project will always have a budget. There are two ways of developing budgets. Way number one is to develop it within your proposal. Then your budget could be like 2 pages. The second way of developing your budget is to have it in Excel sheet, the spreadsheets, and it becomes an attachment to your project proposal when you are submitting. Either way, this is what I would like to say about budgets. Either way, this is what I would like to say about budgets. One, budgets should be reflective of your activities. And then we call it activities-based budget. When I look at your activities, I should be able to see those same activities in your budget, other than for the non-activity budgets, which are called indirect program support costs. The other fundamental about budgets is that your calculations should be based Frederick, you are asking whether the objective where we are talking about institutional capacity add up to sustainability. No, it may add to sustainability of the organization. When your organization has its systems improved, staff well-trained, infrastructure well-developed, that is a plus towards what we call organizational sustainability. But what we are dealing with here is called project sustainability, where we are looking at your beneficiaries, we are looking at your target communities. What happens to them when you exit that particular area? Can the gains of your project continue in those communities? Are they able to continue benefiting from what you have done even when you are no longer there? That is the question sustainability is supposed to ask. I hope we are on the same page with you. Let me talk about budget. Your calculations should be based on prevailing market rates. And your budget should be modest. That's the only thing I can say about budgets. And I want to tell you that some good proposals have been left out because budgets were considered to be excessive. And some of us, when we are developing budgets, we assume that the donor doesn't know what is happening in our communities. Some budgets are so exotic that nobody wants to look at them. So my advice always to myself and to other people is that when we are developing budgets, let us remember to be sensitive to the donor and also sensitive to the community. Donor sensitive, community sensitive budgets. One, so that the donor does not see that your budget is excessive. At the same time, when now you are left with your budget to execute your project, now you are dealing with your community beneficiaries. They don't feel that you don't feel for them. The communities should not think that you don't feel for them. For example, I want just to share with you. In the Masepo project, you have activities, group meetings with returnee families, training workshops or training seminars with community leaders, opinion leaders. Now, if you want the community to think that you don't feel for them, there are some things you can do in those meetings. Do we still have Alex?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor. Before you can go out from the budget,
No, Alex,
I would like
to ask you a question.
Yes.
I'm saying that I was just sharing with you an example of a training workshop with community leaders.
Yes.
And I'm saying that when we are developing our budgets, we should be able to be sensitive to the community. And now I'm saying that one way of being insensitive, Alex, listen to my word. One way of being insensitive to a community, for example, when we are having those cultural or in those dialogue sessions with community leaders, what can we do in those meetings to show the community that we don't care about them? I'm just asking you a hypothetical question.
Yeah, thank you. I think your question is okay. One of the ways of being insensitive to the community is where they have been made aware of plans to be carried out during implementation, we don't account to them.
No, I'm giving you an example of the community trainings with community leaders. Trainings with community leaders.
Yes.
Yes, we have organized those workshops. We are going to train the community leaders on family reunions and reintegration.
Yes.
You think of something that we could be doing in those meetings to show that we don't care about the community leaders?
Yeah, I think one of it is welfare, perhaps facilitation. Where the meeting takes long, we don't budget for something for them. That means we are not taking care of them.
Alex, put off your microphone.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you very much, Alex, for sharing with us. So that is what I mean. When we develop budgets, let's be sensitive to the donor. At the same time, let's be sensitive to our community members. So Alex has said it. I don't need to go into it again. So Alex, ask your question.
Yeah, thank you. I think what I wanted to find out was the issue of creating the budget. There was one time someone told me, when you are developing a budget for a project, where you are supposed to pay the staff members some incentives or salaries, we should use some words, not really salaries, because some donors may not be responsive to give grants when you talk of paying the workers salaries. And the person was saying the best to use is either incentives and the allowances. So that is the clarification I wanted to get in the budget. Which words do we use, and how do you budget for those payments of the staff workers? Thank you.
Yes, I may not have a very adequate answer, Alex, to that, because we have different types of donors. But I think you understand your project very well. Your project is community focused. Now, when I want to undertake a training, for example, on family reunions and reintegrations, I will have somebody called a trainer or a facilitator to moderate those sessions. I easily put a cost to the presence of a facilitator. Now, if I say, for example, that every day I'm going to pay 2 facilitators a maximum of $50 per day, I will obviously get the money from the donor because that is a direct program activity. Now, internally in my organization, I may decide that there are some staff members here who can facilitate these meetings, but they are not salaried in these projects. So I pay them those facilitation costs and I'm still home and dry with them. On the other hand, there are offices or particular people who will take charge of the project. For example, I will have a project officer. That person I have to pay fully from this project. I have to put a budget for that salary in this project. There are some people who are working in the organization. Let's say my organization has an M&E coordinator who is paid by the organization. The only thing I can do with this new project is to give a small cost, is to charge a cost of monitoring and evaluation to this project. I would call it time. What is the time? What type of time will my M&E officer spend on this new project? I would say that person will spend 30% of their time in this project. So I would cost 30% of monitoring and evaluation salary to this project. No donor will refuse this. Esther, say something, you have an idea.
Yes, I don't know whether this is the right term for what you're explaining. You could not like budget for their salaries, but you can have something. I hear they call it list of efforts, LOE, just to supplement, just to appreciate their time and their input into the project when you're doing the project execution or implementation. Thanks.
Yes, it means the same. That's why donors have something we call timesheets. The timesheet, if my work is program management, and I'm also going to be expected to spend some time to oversee this new project, I would cost the time I spend on that. At the end of the month, the project officer will realize that I have spent 15 hours in that project. So that will be costed to me. My salary will be costed to that project, 15% of my time or 20% of my time to that project. There are some other people who will spend 100% time on those projects. Those ones you have to put their salaries into those projects. Esther?
Yes, Doc, that is it.
Correct. So Alex, that is how it is.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. I have got the concept.
Thank you so much. So that is all about budgets. We are breaking now for a short break. For me here in Kenya, it is lunchtime. We want to come back at exactly 14 hours East African time to continue with discussions on grants execution.
Doc, just before we break, sorry, I wanted to ask about that, say, you are a programs manager and you are probably handling so many projects that have been successful. You've done a proposal for different projects and you're the manager of those particular projects. So when it comes to this LOE thing or the salary, is it possible to find that a project manager or a project coordinator is getting salaries or the LOE from different projects, or
Esther, have we lost you?
yes, I was just asking if you are you are one person, you have done proposal, you have written a proposal that has maybe say 3 successful proposals. When it comes to the budgeting here, or just the LOE, is it possible to find that the same one person is getting LOE from different projects?
Yes, it is possible. And it happens in many organizations. That's why we have timesheets. A program manager could be, we could draw the salary. The program manager probably earns $1,000, let me say so. But this $1,000 comes from 3 different projects because that person oversees the 3 projects or the 4 projects. So 30% or 25% of my salary comes from project A, 25% or 30% of my salary comes from project B, or 40% of my salary comes from project X, depending on those projects, depending on the donors who are supporting those projects. Esther, have I tried to help?
Yes, you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. Let's go for our break. Come back at 1:15. No. Come back at exactly 14 hours East African time. Nicole, set it up.
So thank you everyone for your feedback on the forms. We are going to continue with the session now. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you, Nicole, for bringing us back. I hope all of us are listening in and participating as we did in the first part of the day. We want to start our final destination. We are now descending, and we always say, let's now resume our seats, tighten our belts, and get ready for landing. Page 2, Nicole. Slide 2. Yes, so when we talk about grants management, we talk about what is sweet and what is bitter. We struggle with our project proposals. We look for funding. We design our projects. We burn the midnight oil, coming up with most appropriate objectives. We craft our activities that we are going to implement. We do our budgets, and we are set to go. When in the fantastic eventuality, we end up with that good news that we have gotten the grant, it is joy for us. It is excitement all over the organization. And it is only proper that we spend some time to learn. It is only proper that we should learn how that type of eventuality, that beautiful eventuality, will be managed. I always say that it is easy to manage, to write a proposal and get grants than it is to manage the grant. That is the experience that I want to share with you. And I want to say that it is easy to write a proposal and submit than to manage a grant once it has come. We all want to find ourselves in grants management. It is like, it's as nice as saying we want to manage money. Managing money and looking for money are two different things. But to me, I think looking for money is easier than managing money. So I always say, beyond that proposal approval is an exciting scenario. The approval itself is a confirmation to you that your work has not gone to waste. It is an approval to you that your ideas have been fully bought. Remember our discussion on the proposal preamble yesterday, where we are saying a proposal is a marketing document. It is a marketing document, so once it is approved, it is a testament that somebody has bought what you are selling. It is a testament that you have some ideas that can go places. You have been able to put together many ideas to make sense in terms of addressing a problem. Thank you, Dina. So, when we say the proposal is a marketing document, you have marketed an idea to someone. They have said, yes, we are buying. Why should you not be happy? Look at my slide. Why should you not be happy? Some of us just humble themselves and just say a prayer and saying, thank you. For those who believe in God like me, you just say, thank you. Thank you for getting me to this point. Thank you for getting me to this point. Some, if you worked in a team of 3, 4, 5, or 6 people, if you could be assembled together to receive the news of approval, you would just be celebrating the way this graphic illustration of a celebration is actually. I just want to share with you an incident in 2003 when I was leading a team of 7 other people. And we were working on a big proposal, a national proposal to a grant giving organization based in Geneva. It's called Global Fund for AIDS, TB, and Malaria, GFATM, in 2003. We worked for 2 weeks on the project, and physically and mentally, we were very exhausted. So when we received a very nice email that our proposal has been approved, we managed to get something from our office, and we went for a short holiday. The 7 of us went for a short holiday. In Kenya, for many people, the best place to go for a holiday is some town called Mombasa. It's in the coast, in the Indian Ocean coast. It is a warm and moist and very relaxed town. So from Nairobi, we thought that was the best place for us to go and spend some little time, just to enjoy ourselves, to thank our brains for a big project that we had worked on for 2 weeks, and our expectations were so high. The proposal went through a very rigorous process, and here we were with those few lines emailed from Geneva saying that the board has approved our proposal. And our proposal was a juicy one also, because we were going to do a nutritional intervention for persons who are starting TB treatment in Kenya. We call it in public health, we call it, hey, Esther, it is juicy, yes. We call the first 2 months of TB treatment, we call it the acute phase of treatment. During the acute phase, for those who would like to have some knowledge on TB and therefore some public health, the acute phase on TB treatment then was a very serious phase. Many times people were started on daily injections together with some oral pills. So we were going to start a number of people. Many of them were very, very weak. Many of them had suffered TB without knowing that they were actually suffering from TB. So our project was about a nutritional intervention that would, first of all, pacify, to use a common word, which could pacify the devastating effect of the daily injections on the patients. The project itself was so nice, and we were really looking forward to the implementation and to seeing people recover and seeing people be on their toes despite the daily injections and the multiple pills that they were going to be subjected to. For me, particularly, the thinking of having so many people being resuscitated, the thinking of having so many people being rehabilitated back to life was making me very excited. So when we got this opportunity to go and have some rest in Mombasa, I think it was so humbling experience. But what I want to share with you, apart from the joy that was there in the initial phase, I want to tell you that on our second day in Mombasa, we were called back to Nairobi because there was so much to be done in preparation for the actual disbursement of the grant. There was so much to be done. The paperwork that was required of us, after that approval email and that joy, I think what I want to share with you here is that our joy was short-lived. Pamela, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
What have I just said?
I went to pick water, sorry.
So you have not heard my story.
I just heard story that you were in Mombasa and you came across the proposal. So I went for water outside. That is sijakunywa.
Okay, you take your water. Who was following my story to narrate it to Pamela? Who was listening to my story to narrate it?
Alex can tell something about what you have said.
Let's talk to Pamela.
Yeah, I think what you are saying was the joy you received after getting the email that your proposal budget was approved. So you are happy and you decided to go for a short holiday in Mombasa. But the second day you are called back. It means your holiday was short-lived because there was a lot of work needed to prepare to receive the grant so that you would put it on the right implementation track. That was what you are trying to tell us, the experience you went through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Bernard has captured it well, that the joy was short-lived. So that's what I want to share with you, my colleagues, that it's actually a short-lived joy. Slide 3, Nicole. So the grant has come, that approval, our board was so thrilled when they heard about what we had managed. Our executive director was very proud of the team. Our staff was so excited. Everyone was so jubilant until the reality began to set in. And like I have said, and Alex, you have picked it quite clearly, and Bernard has summarized it. When the reality set in, when we begin the process of grants management, the reality of grants management changes much of that excitement. It doesn't change all the excitement, but it changes some of that excitement. And then, thank you, Dina. Some of that excitement changes immediately when the grant comes. And sometimes the level of change also is influenced by the type of donor that gives you the money. I want to say, colleagues, that some donors, some grant-making agencies are very flexible, very friendly. They are so supportive. They really want you to enjoy your work and to make a difference. And they look at you as partners with them. And you feel like you have good brothers and sisters on board when you begin to implement your work. But again, some agencies that provide grants are so rigorous. They're so rigorous even in the way they deal with you. They're so rigorous in the way they handle you as the project executor. They have given you the money, but the type of even monitoring that they do on the so-called, I want to call it, on their money, makes life a little bit very uncomfortable for you, especially if you don't follow the cardinal rules that I'm going to share with you. So when someone has to be responsible for administering the project, that person or that team also have to comply with the various regulations. You comply in terms of administering the project. Remember, the project was composed by you. You are the initiator of the project. The ideas are yours. The donor simply bought the ideas and agreed to enter into a partnership with you where they give you the money and you do the work. Now, there will be regulations around administering the whole project and the whole grant. Some of the regulations, silently and without knowing, some of the regulations are contained in your project proposals. Sometimes when we talk about grant regulations, people think about that document that the donor is going to give you to sign. But in my experience, I readily accept that one of the regulations that direct me when I'm in grants management is my project proposal. Remember, your project proposal is a promise by you to do certain things. Remember, you said in your objectives that you want to improve quality of lives. You want to increase access and utilization of health facility-based deliveries by 30% for a certain cohort of a population. You promised that you want to train 200 community health volunteers to support access to health facility-based deliveries. You promised the donor, you promised yourself, you promised the community, you promised your board that this is what you are going to do. So your project proposal is part of your regulations that are guiding you or directing you. You have to report to the funder in terms of what you are doing well and even what you are not doing well. Remember, we are not just reporting to the funder on what we are doing well. We are also going to report to the funder on what we are not doing well. What did we propose? I remember from yesterday's discussions, somebody says we promised to conduct 2 trainings or 4 trainings, but at the end of the first quarter, when we said we want to do 4, we have only done 2. You are also supposed to report to the donor that though we proposed or planned to conduct 4 trainings with community leaders, by the end of the first quarter, we were only able to manage to do 2 trainings. So the donor would be interested to know how that happened. What prevented you from doing the 4 which you had promised? In your work plan, you have promised 4 trainings. In your reporting at the end of the first quarter, you have done 2 trainings. So the donor should be interested in knowing, why didn't you do 4? And therefore, there should be an explanation, the variance between planned and executed. So when that person happens to be you and your team to undertake all these things, then we just tell you, welcome to the world of grants management. Slide 4. Nicole. So whether you are in this for many years in a small organization or for many years in a big organization, I want to tell you that there is a delicate balancing act that you have to do. And that is what I capture in the italics below here. That ensuring meaningful accomplishment in implementation. That is number 1. That is number 1. Ensuring meaningful accomplishment in implementation of your project. That is number 1. And that is why I said in the 3rd slide that one of the regulations that guide or direct you is your project proposal. The proposal is what you are going to implement. So, as a project leader in grants management, that is your task. Ensuring meaningful accomplishment in implementation. And then the other side of the fulcrum, the other side of the pendulum, is that you are supposed to ensure that you meet the set obligations to the funder. Those 2 interests sometimes can be so competing, because in the process of ensuring meaningful accomplishment in implementation, you have so many competing factors. Implementation is not just about you. Implementation is about you, the project holder, you, the project administrator. Implementation is about the team members that you are going to work with. Some are based in your office. Some are based in the community. Like if you have to work with community motivators, community volunteers, they are based in the community. They are not fully under your control. Your staff are under your control. The community volunteers you are going to work with, and they are critically important for the mobilization aspects. They are not under your control, but they are critical to your success. So that is the first side of the pendulum, a meaningful accomplishment in implementation. Not everything depends on you. That is why in your work plan and in your proposal, we have what we call critical assumptions. One of your critical assumptions were that the community volunteers, for example, will fully cooperate with the project to ensure its success. Now, that assumption must prevail, but there could be a number of factors that prevent that assumption from prevailing. So, ensuring meaningful accomplishment in implementation as one side of the pendulum is not completely within your control as the project holder. Then the second bit of it, meeting the set obligations to the funder. The funder has set its obligation or his or her obligations through a grant agreement, which you have signed. The agreement has been given to you, and you have hurriedly signed it in excitement. And some of us pick the agreement and look for the place where you are supposed to sign. With just partially reading the contents of the grant agreement, or sometimes not even reading the content at all. If you are the executive director, you just ask the person who has brought the agreement, where do I sign? Then they will show you where to sign. You sign it. Sometimes the donor tells you, kindly sign the last part of this agreement and send it back to us so that the first disbursement can be made. So the grant agreement is a 15-page document, but you are going to sign the last page of the document. So the donor sometimes tells you, sign and scan it and send it back to us with your signature and the organizational rubber stamp. So without reading the 14 other pages, you look at the last page and you sign, scan, and send back. And you wait for the money to come without knowing that probably the other 14 pages that you have not read properly contains conditionalities that have come with this grant. So we are saying the job of grants management involves a difficult or delicate balancing act. You are balancing two aspects of a pendulum. The first aspect being the meaningful accomplishment in implementation. The other aspect of the pendulum is meeting the set obligations to the funder. One of the obligations of the funder, for example, could be that you are going to report on a monthly basis. It could be that you are going to report to the funder on both narratives and financials every end of quarter. And every end of quarter, the funder is going to send its own team to visit your program, to assess your effectiveness, and report back on what is happening well and what is not happening well. You may have signed the grant agreement with all those obligations without going through every conditionality or every contractual term that is in the agreement. Nonetheless, it is incumbent upon you as the grants holder to ensure the grant is well managed. What are the components of effective management? It's about ensuring meaningful accomplishment in implementation, and two, meeting the set obligations to the funder. It is that simple, put in a summary form. So for you to do that, there will be certain core principles that I'm sharing with you now, which you need to adhere to. When you follow those principles, one of the things that will happen is that a relationship of trust between you and your funder will be established. The second thing that will happen is that management process within your organization will be very orderly. And when those two things happen, when a relationship of trust is built and established, okay, Dina, I'm sure Nicole has seen that. This helps build a relationship of trust. Once your donor trusts you, you will be able to extract, allow me to use that word, you will be able to extract more grants from that particular donor and even from other related organizations. I have experience where one of our funding agencies based in France introduced us to another agency also based in France. So we gained a second grant because of the trust that had been established between our organization and the granting organization that worked with us for some time. Thank you, Nicole, for sharing that. So what I'm saying, colleagues, is that when a relationship of trust has been developed and you are able to maintain it through hard work, you are able to extract more grants from that particular donor and even from other related agencies. So it should be your concern in grants management that you build, you sustain, you strengthen a relationship of trust with your funder, while at the same time ensuring that the management processes within your program are orderly. That is your work. What are you supposed to do? When the grant is about to come, or when it has come and you have not started utilizing the grant, do this first one. Organize for the receipt and management of the funding. Organize yourself. I call it, go back, Nicole. I call it the getting ready principle. Organize for the receipt and management of the funding. Get ready for the paperwork that will start flowing. Construct the project file so that you are able to document all major actions from the time of funding approval to the time when you close out on your project. And now I want to go back to what our able sister Pamela said. Hold project initiation meeting with all staff concerned to enable each person understand the project well and their roles. Look at your project work plan. Take your mind back to the project work plan and listen to that work plan against my second bullet. Hold project initiation and briefing meeting with all staff concerned with the project to enable each person to understand the project well and their roles. Remember, your work plan had a set of activities, and against each activity, there are responsible persons. So my duty as a project program or program manager or program coordinator is to ensure that before the project is rolled out, my team members who are taking the various responsibilities are well briefed on the project. Sometimes a project was constructed 2 years ago or 1 year ago. There has been a delay between you and the donor in terms of back and forth, and the project receives funding 1.5 years after the project was submitted for funding. 1.5 years is a long time. There may be people who are there who have left the organization. There may be people who are there and have been consumed by other project activities, and they don't understand what that project is all about. So the best I can do for my team is to have a project initiation and briefing meeting, what Pamela talked about. Nicole? The second item, which is closely related to my project initiation meeting, is what we call development of a task management plan. This will either replace or strengthen the implementation work plan at the level of the project team members. It enables us to be very clear about our tasks, especially we who are in charge of the various activities. And therefore, we are able to clarify roles and ensure more effective follow-up, monitoring and evaluation, and quality control. These are some of the things that a grants manager should do. And there are so many organizations where the project manager is also the grants manager, doing both roles, which is fine. So developing a task management plan is important because this helps your team to understand their roles more clearly. And once they understand their roles more clearly, they can be able to effectively follow up, monitor, evaluate, execute the project, and ensure quality in what they deliver. Establish a system of compliance management. We always say that the grants we receive are not gifts. The grants we receive that we are going to manage are not gifts. They have been given to us through certain conditionalities that are well documented. Somebody could say strings attached, but that is not a very good word. They have conditionalities. One of the conditionalities to your grant is actually your project proposal. That is why many donors, when they develop the grants agreement, one of the attachments to the grant agreement, which you will finally get in hard copy, one of the attachments will be your project proposal, your project budget, your project log frame. All those documents in hard copy will be attached to your grant agreement. I listen sometimes to myself and to grants that we have implemented and ask myself why all these documents are attached to the grant agreement. And I have come to realize that all those documents that are attached to the grant agreements constitute grants conditionalities. Just like I have said, through our project proposal, we promised the donor what we are going to give. And without saying, we have promised our beneficiaries what we are going to give. Provide startup funds for small businesses to 240 families. We have promised to do that. So that's a conditionality. Hold focus group meetings, focus group discussions with community leaders, 10 group discussion meetings with community leaders, with each group having 15 community leaders. We have promised. So these are not gifts. We have to deliver on those conditionalities. These are not gifts. What is the cheapest way to go about it? Bullet 2, develop a checklist of all that is required of you in the grant document and contracts. What is required of me as a grants holder? What am I supposed to do? What does the donor want me to do? Remember, when we overlook these requirements, they can as well be very costly for us. One of the things that may happen, obviously, it will also be your guess, is that you may lose the funding. And I know organizations that have lost funding midstream a funding of 2 years, they have only been funded for 6 months, then the funding stops because the donor is finding it difficult to work with you in terms of compliance. You are poor in compliance. Slide 5. So you have to establish and maintain a good financial management system. This is what will enable you, one, to track your expenditure against your activities. When you are able to track your expenditure, you will be able to determine when there is an underspend, and you'll also be able to determine when there is an overspend. And you take remedial measures as quickly as possible and as soon as possible, because this type of scenarios are what will cause rifts between you and your donor. So we then will be able to post expenditures to their various cost lines. You don't spend money on transport while you are working to administer the project. You don't cost your expenditure. You don't post it to nutritional support, for example. When you went to town to buy stationery, you should be able to know where to post your expenditure. A good financial management system will allow you to do that. Next slide. Sound procurement system. Sound procurement system, you know that substantial resources in your grants will sometimes be spent in purchasing. Remember the BJP project for mass immunization campaign. There was a cost for purchase of Land Cruiser vehicles. So I want to say that in many of our projects, we may find ourselves tasked with the responsibility of purchases. What is the trick? Is that we should maintain a system for procurement which is fair, ethical, and promotive to full and open competition. When we talk about ethical system, that should be able to give us value for money as an organization without depriving other parties of what they are supposed to benefit in terms of that procurement. So the ethics of procurement should come to play when you have a grant at your desk. Next. I always advise that we follow necessary and sound personnel practices. There are two things here. Your grants will be executed by some people. These people are what we call project personnel. There are two clusters of project personnel. The first cluster are those in your offices that are given a stipend on a regular basis for participating in this project. Those are like your program staff in the office. The second cluster of personnel are the community actors, the community leaders, the community volunteers, those people who run around in the community mobilizing project personnel, project beneficiaries, ensuring that you are able to secure your venue, ensuring that you are able to access the right people to support with your project. Many of them receive per diem or activity-based allowances. whichever you look at it, it is always good to maintain good personnel practices with those people who work with you in the project. Where you have to hire, there's no need of repeating what is obvious, merit-based, and aligning yourself to your national labor laws. There are situations where your project runs for 1 year, so you have project staff, but you also have organizational staff, people whose term are not pegged to any project. So sometimes it is important to treat, especially the grant-funded staff, you need to treat them a little bit with caution, because they are people who are going to be here for a short time, and they are going to leave the program. We need to factor in all those intricate issues. Where you have to relieve a staff, the process should be humane enough as to be a motivation to the staff who are still with you. It should be humane enough to ensure that the staff who is being relieved of their contractual obligations can be able to walk home without undue humiliation or frustration. At that time, may I hear some comments from team members who are listening? Put on your microphone and video and speak to this presentation. It is open to everybody. Welcome. Dina.
Hi, Doc. Sorry, I cannot put on my video because I'm lactating. I'm breastfeeding my son. I'm working from home. Apologies. At the moment, I have been taking notes, and thank you so much. You're very instrumental. I think this is one of the areas that is not really handled. So I would just like to appreciate you for taking this chance to talk to us deeply about grant management, because it is very critical, although we don't pay so much attention. I just had a question. So I was once asked to do a proposal for an organization that is not Kenyan. And the consortium was mixed, so people from Caribbean, Latin America, Africa. And we were really wondering what laws to go with. So we were saying that we go with the laws for where the project is going to be implemented. Also, I had a question. Sorry, yesterday I wasn't really able to ask my question, but I'll tie it with today. So there are some time, I don't know if this is possible. Can you do a multi-country or a triple country or whatever proposal, and can it be funded? Because I see some projects can be done maybe in Tanzania, Uganda, but funded by the same person and maybe from just one proposal. And how do you tackle such a grant in terms of management? I don't know if my question was clear. I'm sorry if it wasn't, but I know you've gotten it because you're a maestro in this area. Thank you.
Thank you, Dina, for sharing with us that experience. I see a lot of projects, especially research projects, where the administration is done from Kenya, but a lot of that work is done in 3 different countries. There is only one budget for administration, and that budget is administered from Nairobi. The participating countries will always solicit for their share of the administrative budget from Nairobi based on what is happening in their own countries. So it is a little challenging to factor in every country's specific regulations, but it is possible to run a project in multiple countries with one administrative budget based in one country, and the other countries will be soliciting for their administrative portions from one administrative pool. So that may try to answer your first and second question. It is not a must for the second question that has just been raised. It's not a must that all our grants must be for purchases. Some grants have very little budgets for purchases, but still, whichever and whatever you purchase, the ethical issues around purchases remain. Whether your budget has a 10% provision for purchases, or even 10% or 5%, the standard operating procedures for procurement remains the same. Dina, did I try to give you some useful tips?
Yes, thank you so much. I was just taking notes.
Alex, you want to share something?
Yeah, thank you, Doctor and colleagues. I think I'm very happy that you have taken us through this very tricky but a very important part of project management, which is what we call the grant management. You know, because I've never practiced it, some issues look abstract, but I think everything looks very hard when you have not involved yourself in running it. But I think the time will come, I will also do it. So my question is, there are these projects, for example, one may write a project to operate education system in a refugee and hostel communities. Those big projects where it may involve some recruitment of teaching staff and security staff, members for the schools, and there are very many things that involve purchases and so on in that kind of project. So what I wanted to know is where the funder needs to get some accountability on the fund that they have dispersed to be managed. What evidences, clear evidence, because there are some areas in financial management where it is sometimes very hard to get receipts. And then don't you think those kind of issues or those kind of materials will bring some audit queries in the financial management system of the organization? Or which one else? In any case, there is an item that you are supposed to spend on, but it's very hard to get a secure receipt, provide or to back the evidence of the money being used. What can the person do? Thank you.
We shall listen to Benjamin after trying to respond to Alex. So Benjamin, get ready. Alex, what I may share with you is that a receipt is just one of those documents that help us in accounting. But yes, like you say, there are circumstances when we buy items for the project, but we are not able to get receipts because of the typological and situational issues that could be beyond our control. One, I want to say that such circumstances are not very commonplace. The second one is that from the experience, let me now share with you my own experience, is that we can use petty cash vouchers in place of the receipts where we are purchasing something. Let's say, Alex, in Uganda, we have people who provide services like the motorbike operators. And you may use motorbike operators for your transport services, but they don't have receipts. So what are they supposed to do? In my context, I would give them a petty cash voucher to sign to show that I paid them. But it is difficult to find what fits in every situation. What is important, Alex, is that we don't entertain widespread non-use of receipts. We should try to avoid it and only work with people who can be able to issue us with receipts, because sometimes your donors may not accept that type of a situation for long. They may accept it for a short time, but they may not accept it for long. Benjamin?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I just wanted to say something about what I've noticed about what happens after grant approvals are given in some organizations I've had encounter with. So you come together like a team, a project team, develops a grant application and they submit it. And then they know all the things they have in the organizations, the competence, the tradition, the culture, and all of that. But then suddenly they start recruiting people who do not have maybe same context, but then they expect them to achieve the result of what the grant is going to do, whereas these people were not even in the grant planning. Or so how do you, and a lot of that happened. Could that not also be the reason why some of these grants don't fulfill what they want to do? Because now you get the grant, you go and recruit all these people who don't even know as much, but you expect that because they say they can do this to deliver on the grant. Yeah. So what do you have to say to that?
Nicole, take us back, or Kevin, take us back to the first principle where we talked about getting ready. The getting ready principle. Okay. Benjamin, I want to refer you to this presentation that we just started with. Once your proposal is funded, get ready for the paperwork to start flowing. Construct the project file to document major actions from funding approval to close out. Now, bullet 2, that should answer your question, Benjamin. Hold project initiation meeting with all staff concerned with the project to enable each person understand the project well and their roles. Benjamin?
Yes, I see that. I mean, I hate it, but I'm just saying in practical terms, you know, but I hate, yes. If you can get people up to speed, fine.
Pamela?
Okay, one, I had a question on there is this slide which you talked about beyond the proposal approval.
Mm-hmm.
And I related it to what you were saying, that you were glad upon receiving the proposal, and you also said that after receiving the proposal is a bit much better. But I was wondering, because I feel it is not better, because there is serious supervision, serious monitoring and evaluation on how you are implementing your plan. And again, if someone is not careful, I can remember there was a time I was working in a certain program, but now when year one was ending, the team were on the ground and it was serious. But I thank God I saved the organization because I had worked somewhere. So I tried to copy what was being done on the other side. Because when they were doing it, it seems they were not understanding it. So I put things straight. So we were almost losing the funds. And then we were put on performance improvement plan. So I really think even after getting this, if you year one is crazy. It is really crazy. If you don't work smart, then your funds can go. Then there is something somebody asked, I've just forgotten the name, the one who spoke for Benjamin. So for donor, I'm just talking on the perspective of experience because I'm in the field, I'm working with the local non-governmental NGO. No money is given without a proper receipt without logo. The receipt has to have a logo and also the contact person because they call randomly when they come for auditing. They call randomly. And then when you are giving money for, let's say, for CHVs, they have to sign. The money is not being given cash. Because I can remember we started with cash. And then when the CDC came on the ground, they were saying, how can you give the program officer over 500 money carrying in their pocket? So, you know, that one, they flagged, there's red flag that there is misuse of money. So what was said that the money is being sent via M-Pesa and from the bank. So the finance guys, they just work on the documents. They submit to they submit to the bank. And if one person phone number is not corresponding to the M-Pesa name, this person, in fact, the whole team will not receive money. So it will bounce. So any name you register, any person you have sent the M-Pesa, the M-Pesa name must correspond with the ID number and everything. So, and that one is the best way because we realize before this one came into being, most of the people, even the program team, they used to get money from the team. Now it comes to an hotel training. If hotel training is being done, an hotel, this hotel first, they must do appraisal, they submit everything, even KRA PIN, that's for people in Kenya. So that any money which is being channeled there is officially. Otherwise, if you don't follow those policies and guidelines, then you are going to lose a lot of money. So that is what I wanted just to add on what you have said. Then I have a question. Another question. Now this is a question. I'm wondering loudly that sometimes you have stated that sometimes the funding might take years, even 3 years, 4 years. Assume like me now, I'm in Kwale, coastal region of Kenya. And then, unfortunately, I go back to another organization in Kisumu or in Nairobi, or my contract has ended. I'm just seated at home. But I use the organization which I'm working with while I was submitting my proposal. How effectively will I know? I know I'll be in communication. Will I be allowed to come back to that organization?
Wow, Pamela. I think there is no golden answer to that because organizational policies differ from one institution to another. So everything depends on a particular organization for which you refer your argument to. So I may not be able to have a direct answer.
But now, Doc,
Yes.
By the time I'm doing my proposal writing and everything, and that's why it is better you use your own email, because if you use organizational email, then you might miss it. But now if I use my email, my phone contact, and then they send an email that my grant or proposal is successful and then becoming. So what will I do? Just let us, not only, not you, but everyone here, let us just think around that. Thank you.
Yeah, let's think around that. Let's hear from somebody else, probably from some experience. You have done a proposal, it takes 1 year or 1.5 years, the donor comes back to you, but you used your organization, the one you are working on, you have left that organization, but now the donor says, we want to fund you. What happens? Somebody? Okay, if there is no input, let's digest it again. Pamela, let's digest it. It is not an easy one. Develop a task management plan, compliance management. We've talked about that, Nicole. We've talked about financial management system. We have talked about personnel practices. Yeah, that is where we were. And then property management system. Remember what we have said, that grants are not gifts. When we are purchasing, let's use sound procurement systems. And those sound procurement systems will give organizations some property. Maybe we are buying vehicles, we are buying office furniture. You know very well that this should enter into our organizational inventories. Some donors say you tag the assets in a way that can show that they were supported by their organizations. Some organizations demand that the assets you purchase using their money, especially the movable assets, revert back to them when the project ends, and you can only make a request to be given access to those assets later on. What are we supposed to do in grants management? We are supposed to ensure that all assets we purchase with certain grants are recorded in the same way, and that we are able to have accurate property records that are updated. If there is any asset that has been disposed of, that should be indicated in the assets register or asset inventory. We should remember that our grant assets will affect our balance sheets. For those who understand finances, whether they are retained or not. Those who understand finances, you know this about balance sheets. So property that we purchase using grants should be well documented, well recorded in the respective assets inventories, and those records should be well safeguarded. Next, security, health, and safety. As a grants manager, there will be a number of things to be secured. One of the things that should be secured is grant funds. Just like what one of us has just said, that if you are going to go to the field with a lot of money, then that is not good grants management, because you have lost out on security. It is not uncommon for grant staff to misuse grants. Remember, this is one of the things that will give you problems with your donors. We have cases where grant properties have been misused. There has been loss, there has been theft, there is damage. We should guard against all that to ensure that whatever we are purchasing are well secured. The other aspect of security and safety is about grant staff. People working in the grant, it is your responsibility as the grants manager to ensure their safety. This person carrying a lot of money to the field for some workshops, you should understand that you are already compromising on your own safety. You are compromising on your own security. So all those things need to be taken care of, and partly it is the work of the grants manager to ensure security of cash, security of the grants funds, security of grants property, security of grant personnel. All those things are within your docket as a grants manager. Next. Audit management and resolution. Regular audits. Remember.
Excuse me, Doctor.
Yes, Alex.
Yeah, before you continue, I wanted to find out something about the process of procurement that most donors may call or embrace. There are these situations where people sometimes advertise for bidding. So in the sense that what an organization may need may attract the attention of bidders to procure the items or some stock or some items. Does some of these donors support that, or they necessarily need the organization, perhaps the management, to work out on the procurement process to acquire some of those assets? Thank you.
When you look at the slide on sound procurement system, Alex, we have a bullet which talks about it in a summary form. And what we are saying is that we need to develop and maintain a procurement system that is fair to all. Fair to all. And your country and my country have national procurement guidelines. Your organization will have what we call a procurement manual. There it is, Kezina. Procurement manual. Procurement guidelines for your organization, partly based on what the national position is, and that is what we are supposed to adhere to. Sometimes in the grants agreement, the donor may give you their own procurement conditionalities, which when you are signing the grants agreement, you also initial on the procurement guidelines given by the grant agency. Because sometimes the donor may see that your project is about a lot of purchases. So in order to safeguard their cash and also make some sense get into you, the grant holder, they give you their own procurement guidelines. And the moment you sign the agreement and you initial on their procurement guidelines, you have accepted, Alex, in principle, that you are going to follow that procurement manual. So that's it. Alex?
Yeah, thank you. I'm content. I've understood it. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much, Alex. So audit, I was talking about audit and resolution. Now, this is about you again. Regular audits are a sound business practice for any public organizations. Whereas some donors may be reluctant to give you money to conduct audits, it is incumbent upon you as the grant holder to seek to audit this grant. And the process of identifying auditors, all those things are based on in-country laws. If you do a financial audit of your program or your grant, and you get an audited accounts or audited reports, you are also creating for yourself a capacity advantage, because maybe a future donor may want to see one of your audit reports of a donor-funded project. And if you can be able to avail a good financial audit, that will be a plus for you. So it should be within your interest as an organization that your grant is audited by an external auditor, and an audit report is given to you, which you should therefore then share with your board of directors for approval, the way we do with any other audit. Next slide, Casey. So generally, your grants management should follow sound ethical practices. Sound ethical practices. Generally, we've talked about it when we are talking about procurement, and procurement is about goods and people. We've talked about goods, we have talked about people. Honesty and integrity in managing grants funds and grant personnel will be important for you. So as a grants manager, you should ensure that you have policies in place that guide even your grant staff in the process of executing the grant, in the process of engaging with external stakeholders to the grant, that those policies should be able to help streamline the engagement and the relationships that you develop with the third parties in the confines of executing this grant. So everything rests on just two principles, the honesty and integrity in managing grant funds and all that is related to it. Establish a system of quality control and review. Establish a system of quality control and review. What we are saying is that as a grants manager, it should be within your interest that the grant is changing lives for the better. I think that's the only thing I can say in terms of quality control. And everything that you are doing in grants management should be able to achieve high levels of quality deliveries. That's the only thing I can say about that. Everything that you are doing within the grants management portfolio should be able to achieve quality delivery on project targets, quality delivery on grant targets, including quality reports that you are going to share with your stakeholders. And lastly, a grants manager must keep a tab on emerging and prevailing grant administration trends in country, such as taxation, withholding tax, value-added tax, labor laws, laws on hiring and firing of staff, all those things. Keep a tab on emerging and prevailing grant administration trends. And with that, colleagues, we come to the final presentation that we have for this workshop. And the rest now will be to take about 5 or so minutes to get general questions, and then we take back the whole process to the administrator. So 5 minutes, I want to share, I want you to share with me your feelings, your concerns, any question that is related to what we have discussed. Any question that you can throw to admin, you have the admin contacts, you can always do that anytime. And now I want to invite any comments or questions related to these presentations as you share your post-training evaluation forms that were given to you. Thank you so much, colleagues. Welcome. Pamela?
So my question is, sometimes questions should not start with sometimes, but I'm asking if there is a place or a platform where we can get the grants to write on, and more so even for those people who are scholars. So if there is such platforms, can you kindly share with us?
Okay, Pamela, thank you very much for that question. You have my contacts. I think at individual level, I am able to give you some references.
Thank you.
At the same time, I'm seeing Nicole saying any inquiries, you should feel free to contact admin. I'm sure there's a lot also that they are able to share. Any other comment, any other input? Any other question?
Yes, doctor, this is Alex.
Yes, Alex, I'm seeing you.
Yeah, thank you. In the first place, I would like to thank you a lot for taking us through this long enduring training, which has taken 2 days. But the substance in the training is very vital.
Thank you.
So I congratulate you for that one. And I also would like to ask God to bless you and prolong your life so that you give more in the future.
Thank you very much.
And then what I wanted to find out is, in any case, I would like to form a community-based organization, which may not necessarily be of a national level, perhaps a district or a sub-county or any other part. Just is the requirement. I'm sure one of the requirements a funder may need is a constitution of that CBO. Now, which kind do we also abide by the countries or the nationals requirement for constructing and approving a constitution for any other group, or the donors also have their own requirements that should guide the construction of the constitution for a given organization? Thank you.
What the donor wants from you, Alex, is to show that you have been registered by a department of your government that is supposed to do that registration. In Kenya, for example, community-based organizations are registered by the Department of Social Services, which is an arm of the ministry. The non-governmental organizations are registered by a board based at the Office of the President in Kenya. It's called NGOs Coordination Board. So in your context, that I think applies. But what the donor wants to see is that you have a registration certificate. The second thing that the donor is interested in knowing is that your organization has a board of management, and it is not a one-man show or a one-woman show. Thank you, Alex.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Is there any other concern or question or comment before I take it back to admin? Pamela, yes?
Sorry, do you want us to comment like yesterday, or the admin will conduct it?
I know you have filled in your post-training evaluation form, but and I'm trusting that you have already given it to admin, but maybe we could take 3 more minutes just to make general comments.
Well, thanks. Okay, allow me to say this. For me, I'm so much grateful and I'm happy for everyone who is here. We started around 35 in the morning. Yesterday you were 41, but by the end of the day, some people dropped. Even today, now we are 16. But I want to thank everyone that has reached this point where we are finishing. For me, I've learned a lot. In fact, I've been struggling just going to the portal for the global health, just to study by myself. But sometimes you realize that you miss some points. But today you have tried at least to remove or unpack the areas that I was not getting. In fact, you have really helped us because part of M&D, right now, we are doing M&D right now as a unit, a course unit, and there are some areas that you have really strengthened my knowledge too. So I have to appreciate. And for the team who are here, please let us, I know if you join the TCC African WhatsApp, you'll be able to get our numbers. If you get any link outside, please let us get together. Invite any one of us, because now being in an NGO or just sitting at home or working somewhere, sometimes it reaches a point like you also need to be a manager who can do grants writing, research writing, so that at least we move. So that is what I want to say. Anyway, otherwise, I'm so much up. I have to appreciate Nicole for bringing this. And I'm requesting, though I had written it there, that if we can have this one quarterly, so that at least we can even ask the colleagues how many people have done this, how many have succeeded, and how many are still struggling. So that is what I want to say. I'll reach you, I'll reach Nicole, because I need money. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pamela. Frenda?
Okay, mine is just to make a comment. I'm grateful for the opportunity I've gotten here from TCC. Actually, I think it was like 3 weeks ago, there was some job posting on resource mobilizers and something. Then I referred a friend to the NGO. I didn't have any knowledge on resource mobilization thing, but I'm grateful because actually I'm a learner, a new learner. I've not been in any job field, still doing some studies, but maybe I'll use the knowledge that I've gained here to maybe boost myself somewhere. Maybe it will be needed. And I'm grateful for the insights and the compliments and the critiques we have gotten here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Frenda. One last comment from someone. One last comment. If not, then we get back to admin.
I'm sorry, before admin, sorry, I was trying to click my unmute button.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank you so much, Doc, for the amazing training. Maybe we will link up soon, as there's some work I'm trying to do with Strathmore around a particular grant. And also I was just wondering, I had a question around sustainability. I've actually posted it in the chat, but let me just share. I was wondering, how do you look at sustainability? Because would you consider starting a program within your projects? You know, sometimes you can implement a project and then you continue to visualize, and then you decide to start a program, maybe a short-term course or something, to continue with even after the project ends. Would you consider that a sustainability of a project? And then often I hear people talking about the project, the ending of a project should, people say when you're clearing or the ending of a project, you should do something for the community that is going to be sustainable, either creating jobs for them. So I'm just I just want to see how you see my view, and also how you think about sustainability. Thank you. And thank you for the nice webinar.
Thank you so much, Diana. Starting another project after another project has ended is not sustainability.
I meant a program, sorry, a program, not a project. Starting a program after a project.
Yes, my understanding is that a project is within a program. So it's not, a program is not within a project. A program is a bigger conglomeration of several projects running at the same time. Many times an organization sometimes is called a program. For example, if I'm working with Family Health International, and we have several projects running from Family Health International, programmatically, I can call FHI as a program. So the program, which is FHI, which is an institution, will have several projects running from it or within it. So that is my understanding. So you can only have several projects in a program.
Okay.
Secondly, it is not sustainability to start one project when another project ends. Sustainability is looked at, if I'm looking at your organization, and I'm talking about organizational sustainability, I'm asking myself big questions like, is the organization able to survive without external funding? That is at the organizational level. At the project level, sustainability is about the beneficiaries. Are you able to impart long-term gains to a targeted community so that when you are no longer there, Dina, as a project that has taken 1 year or 2 years, you are no longer in that community. You are working in Mukuru slums in Nairobi. And at the end of your project that was about clean water, at the end of your project, which was about ensuring access to clean water in Mukuru, are people going back to contaminated water, or is clean water going to be part and parcel of their everyday life? That should be your question when you start. That should be your question, not when you are implementing, but when you are starting. So that at the end of the day, if you can visit Mukuru after 5 years, you can still be able to find people accessing clean water. That is about sustainability.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Back to admin now. Thank you so much, Diana.
If there are no more questions, first of all, I would like to thank Dr. very much for sharing his insights with us. It has been an enriching 2 days, and I'd like to hope that the information that we've gotten is relevant and will be relevant to all of us moving forward. So to the participants as well, thank you so much for your time, for your dedication, for your participation in this training. And I hope moving forward, you'll continue to join us in more trainings, just similar to this and others that we may offer. So I have a few announcements for those who might have missed just what I wrote earlier in the chat. Certificates will be provided for those who attended both training days. So if you haven't shared your name, kindly do so in the form that I have provided in the chat. I would also like to thank it's Pamela, Fenda, all of you for your feedback. If you have any more feedback, please input that feedback in the evaluation form that I also shared in the chat. If you haven't gotten the link, please let me know so that I can reshare it. And then in case of any inquiries, I've also put Daktari's number in the chat box, but you can also reach out to us through the admin email. You're going to get your inquiry addressed. And I'd also like to encourage you to join our WhatsApp groups if you're not there. If you are already there in the WhatsApp and the Slack community groups, feel free to reach out to me. This is Kebina. You can reach out to Nicole. You can reach out to Joy, just in case you have anything that you'd wish addressed or you are encountering a problem in your research life cycle. And also feel free to share any resources or knowledge that you feel will be helpful to the community. So thank you so much. If anyone wishes to maybe say one last thing, please do so in the next 2 minutes. Otherwise, I'll end the meeting. Thank you and goodbye.
Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Goodbye.